Testing one. This is this.
This one. Okay.
Testing one.
No. All right, a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all our viewers watching the 83rd Madras Colombo Regatta right here on the YouTube live stream from Quadrangle magazine. I am here with Yashodhara, and the race is all halfway done.
Yes, Tehran, and we have Ashmita and Danushka here with us from the Colombo Rowing Club, and we will be quickly handing it over to them for the commentary of the first race, which is almost halfway done, I think, now.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ashmita.
And I am Danushka.
So we are currently in the middle of our men's junior sculls, or our men's B sculls. For the Madras Boat Club, we have
Jaden Moses for Madras Boat Club, and for Colombo Rowing Club, we have Keshan Suryarachi.
So at the 300, Colombo Rowing Club was 2 boat lengths ahead and 3 boat lengths ahead now coming to the end. CRC leading from the start, coming to the very end of the race. So this is the take-home part that we would usually say.
To the left of your screen, we have Colombo Rowing Club, which is Keshan, and to the right of your screen, we have MBC, Madras Boat Club, Jaden Moses.
Jaden is on the inside course, generally the more beneficial course, I would say, that people pick in a toss, with Kehan now winning the first race for Colombo Rowing Club. And Jaden Moses finishing behind with a number of boat lengths. Last year for the men's B scull, Kehan Suryarachi rode again, also won last year for the 82nd one, beating Jaden Moses once again. So this was a repeat event from last year to this year. Colombo Rowing Club now taking the first points with 45 points to get from this regatta, and Colombo Rowing Club getting the first points for the boys' trophy today. After this, we'll have the men's A scull with Madras on the inside and Colombo Rowing Club on the outside course. So on the inside course will be the right of your screen, and the outside course would be the left of your screen. Colombo Rowing Club lost the toss for both scull races, hence why Madras picked inside for this race.
Now, we need to do something.
So for the men's A scull, we will have Rahul Baliga for Madras Rowing, and for Colombo Rowing Club, we will have Arjun Vikramanayaka, who has rowed the A scull race for Colombo Rowing Club multiple times actually, and also rowed B scull almost, I think now 5 or 6 years back. So just to give some history of the Madras Colombo boat, the race or the regatta, it is actually the second oldest boat race in the world. First is the Oxford-Cambridge race, and it is the oldest international regatta in the world, given that it is between an Indian boat club and a Sri Lankan boat club. So in terms of that, it is also the oldest inter-club rowing event, unlike Oxford-Cambridge, which is a university or collegiate rowing event. The boat race is coveted. I'm sure later on when you see the prize giving, you'll see the size of the boat race trophy. It's quite large. And just to speak about the Colombo Rowing Club, given that we are here from the Colombo Rowing Club, we commonly refer to it as the club or just CRC. It was founded in 1864 and now actually has an additional dining area to be named after the year that it was started. So it is called 1864. Amenities at the Colombo Rowing Club have been upgraded a lot in the last few years. Before it was just boat storage. Now the Colombo Rowing Club is equipped with a gym. We have a coffee lounge. We have an AC dining area, really trying to benefit all of its members really, because at the end of the day we do spend a lot of time here. For somebody that hasn't rowed in Sri Lanka, the average training is about 6 to 7 days a week, and we spend about 15 hours at least on the off season at the Colombo Rowing Club. Then we spend about every day either here and during our national championships we used to go to Bolgoda, but now we go to the Diavanna Rowing Club. So the clubhouse is actually located to the edge of the northern Beda Lake. It was formerly known as Parsons Road. It has actually been very active in terms of participating in international regattas. So in addition to this, we also had ARAE that we participate in every year, which is an Asian rowing regatta. In addition to that, it is also affiliated with the Amateur Rowing Association of Sri Lanka. A while back, we used to have public schools or schools nationals at the Colombo Rowing Club, but then as time went on, there are now more schools rowing, so there is a need for more boat storage, there is a need for more teams to be set here. Currently, in terms of our committee, our club captain is Pasan Ranavira leading the crew today, with Anuradha as our vice captain. We now have our AS Skulls shoving for the boat race, fighting for the next few points to put on the board. So right there we have Madras Boat Club on your screen. That is Rahul shoving for his AS Skull race. On the boat, you might see like a little monitor that's actually called a speed coach. So it can tell you how fast you're going upslide, how hard you're pulling in the water.
And that was Ashmita here from the Colombo Rowing Club giving us an insight on the history about this race as well as the Colombo Rowing Club here. Now next to me we had Danushka. Danushka, give me some insight about the Colombo Rowing Club, how to say rowers, about how their training is and how about their personal background, how they joined here. So for all the viewers who are interested in rowing.
Thank you. Could you
okay, this like a small how do I say this? Okay, we have Ashmita with me. There's a small about a background about how these rowers started at the Colombo Rowing Club. Was it from school? There's a small how do I say it, like a motivation to all the viewers who are watching who are interested in getting back to rowing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So ideally, mostly, we've actually been rowing since school. So now we do have a lot more schools that are involved in rowing. But at the Colombo Rowing Club, consistently, we have had Royal College, St. Thomas's College, Ananda College. For women, we have Bishop's College, Ladies College, and Muses College has consistently been in the scene. But now, actually, what we've seen is because of the gaining popularity of the sport, you actually have lots of people that actually just come to row for the rowing club, or you know, they will row for other schools. Like, so currently our Colombo Rowing Club team will have students from Gateway and from Asian International School, who have International School also has been at the rowing club for a while now. Gateway more recently, I would say, within the last decade. So some people have actually left school and now come back to row for the rowing club, where some of the or some of the Oars women and men are actually still in school. So that's the beauty of the rowing club, is that it doesn't hinder you in any way. You can still row for school and then also represent the club at major regattas like this. So it really increases your exposure in terms of rowing and the places that you can go, which I think is a great benefit, and one of the things that I enjoyed most about rowing also.
So Ashmita, moving on, I think when you look at the individual rowers, we can see a few interesting personalities that we can recognize, and some up and coming rowers as well. Can we talk a bit about them to give an introduction and a bit about their background as well?
Sure. So we actually have a few rowers from the national pool today. So Shailen is definitely one of them. In addition, Oneli, who'll be rowing for the women's double scull, she was also in the national pool. A real force to be reckoned with. Rovinia, sculler, also in the national pool. Anitra used to row for Ladies College, Binri for Muses College, and they both performed amazingly within the schools itself. Haya Hassan, she was most best Oars woman last year at LCMC. She is currently the captain of the the Ladies College crew. So in terms of that, you do definitely have a lot of talent within the pool itself. Malik Hassan used to row for Royal College. Likewise, you have the B4, who is currently the Royal College 4, also a really good team that has their own strength. And we will later see them row in the season for things like the Royal Thomian further in the future.
So Ashmita, looking back to the last day at the 82nd Madras Colombo Regatta, I think the Colombo Rowing Club was able to win the boat race and as well as the men's category, but unfortunately we were not able to grab the women's titles.
Yes.
So looking back at that and comparing, how do you think we can perform this year? And looking back at last year, what are your comments on last year's performance as opposed to this?
Sure. So I think even in terms of last year itself, Madras actually managed to win 2 races in each category. So there was 2 races in the men's category and 2 races in the women's category. But unfortunately for the women's category, there are only 4 races compared to the men's 8. So 2 of 4 will then clinch the title if necessary. So I think in terms of our women's team this year, we are very strong, but you don't want to jinx it. You don't actually know what will happen until the end of the race, especially even if you lead from the start. There's always a great chance that what happens when you row is that the adrenaline really kicks in that last 300 or 400 meters, and I don't know where the strength comes from or where the energy comes from, but you really start to pull away. So the last 300 meters of the race are extremely important as well. In addition to that, I think last year the men's double scull, the B double scull, the men's A double scull, the coxless pair, the B pair, the men's B scull and the men's A scull were won by the Colombo Rowing Club. So those are the races that were won, the 6 of the 8 races that were won by them. And in terms of rowing some familiar names, obviously on the Madras Boat Club, Tulsi, I was participating in one Madras Colombo where she rowed. Sanjay has been there for a long time. Siddharth has also been rowing for a considerably long time. He'll be rowing on the pairs later for the men in the A pair. Some newer names, maybe just to me, possibly. Ritika, Deepthi, Sumana. But again, could have been rowing in the last few years. Last year for the women's cox 4, you had rowing for Madras Boat Club. Samyukta, Shamana, Sumana, Niranjana, and Sanjay Gandhi, who has also been coxing for a relatively long time for the Madras Boat Club. So last year for the Colombo Rowing Club, we have Ashwini, who has consistently participated for the rowing club but is not here currently in the country. Binuri, Gabby or Gabriella, also not participating this year. Lehana and Kemal Peter. So Kemal Peter is actually here on the lawn somewhere. Again, amazing cox, great skill. So that's actually, just in terms of sponsors, another really amazing thing is the popularity of the regatta. So when we used to row, maybe that was a sponsor or one sponsor, but now to see it at this scale, have people wanting to sponsor it. We have gold sponsors, we have silver sponsors, people really rallying behind the sport because it really is such a great one. And we really do have the talent for it in the country. If only, you know, we had more exposure, more facilities, I'm sure we would be able to take it quite far. But yeah, if you... Okay, so in terms of our platinum sponsors, we have the Indian CEO Forum, Lanka IOC, and PowerTech Cement, who also happened to sponsor last year and when the regatta was held in Madras. In terms of gold sponsors, we have Salam Bank, Plexus, and Alpha Furniture. Silver sponsors, we have Cal, Vida, Rope Walk, which is a great boutique hotel / cocktail bar in Gaul. Millennium IT, Bartlett Group, and David Pires Solar Energy. So really happy to have them on board and supporting the sport and taking it further.
Thank you very much, Ashmita. And here we have Tushar from the
Hi, guys.
Madras Boat Club. And Tushar, can you give us like a bit of overview about the Madras Boat Club and about the team that you have here with us in Sri Lanka today?
Yeah, well, as you know, we're one of the oldest clubs, and in regard to the team, it's a mix. Actually, the A crews are a bunch of guys, including me, who've been rowing since 2004. We have been racing some of your veterans here, your captains, and we thought we would give it a shot. And then we have juniors who have recently started, maybe 2 to 3 years back. So a bit of a balance. And the girls team, we have a senior roseman at the 3 position, Sumana. So you can say it's a bit of a mix, but a good team, and we have a strong B team who's going to take the club ahead maybe in the next 10 years.
Sounds great. And if you're talking about a few of individual rowers, you mentioned a few names. Anyone that we have to look out for? Anyone that you want to highlight?
There is one who's coming down in the scull right now, Rahul Baliga. He is one of the few oarsmen who have rowed in all 4 events in the Madras Colombo, in Madras and in Colombo. Today he will be racing in 3 boats. We have then Rohit Ravindra. He's been rowing since 2002, won maybe 6-7 AREs, 5 to 6 Madras Colombos. And yeah, I mean, these are the guys you should look out for. Apart from that, we have a strong B team. Like I said, there's 2 boys who we are hoping should perform well today, Vimilan and Idrikash. Yeah, and then yes, my girls team is new, good. Let's see how they perform.
Thanks, Tushar. We'll love to continue this discussion in a while. I think as we speak, the men's A scull race has begun.
Rahul will
And
be
I'll be handing this over to Ashmita and Danushka again.
So Danushka is just actually looking at the races right now. From the start, they were both side by side, and then by the 700 meters, Madras was up by half a boat length. At the 700, so half a boat length is really just, you know, a second difference. After the 700, Colombo has caught up again, neck and neck, and Madras is up once again by a boat length at the 400 meter mark. So we have now passed half of the race. We're at the last 300 meter mark, which on the Bay Ray is actually a little greenhouse on the side. Madras up by 2 boat lengths now at the 300. The last 300 meters to go. Madras looking to put some points on the board. Madras pulling away slowly now. 2 boat lengths is difficult to catch up with, I would say, on a scull. Danushka, wouldn't you?
That would be quite a task, but they're well trained and they're definitely up for the challenge. On the right side of your screen, we have Rahul, and the left side of your screen, we have Arjun coming down for Colombo Rowing Club.
Yeah, Madras pulling away now, coming to the last 150 meters of the race. So we're looking at, you know, almost coming up to the last 20 or 30 strokes of this race.
Come on.
Madras really taken the lead by this one, up by 5 boat lengths here. A lot of excitement by the Madras Boat Club today. near us.
Rahul putting some points for Madras. Just before this race, it was 2 points for CRC and nil for MBC. And after this race, by the looks of it, which is going to be in a very few moments, this race is worth 6 points. And seems like Rahul is going to lead the point charge for Madras.
Rahul's slowing down, slowing down that last bit, confident in his win. Slower rate now, slower work in the water. Really put in the work the first half of the race though, and Rahul winning those 6 points for Madras Boat Club. CRC now coming to the last few meters of the race, and that race is now over.
If you can also see the umpires' boat, we have Peter Christie and Lasaru as the launch umpires.
Both teams now coming in. We are at 6-2 in terms of the final score.
Madras leading by 4 points.
So that was the second race of the 83rd Madras Colombo Regatta, and we witnessed the men's A scull race. Ashmita and Danushka, can we know a bit about the point system? I think earlier you spoke about the structure of the races, but I think we would like to know a bit about the point system and how everything is calculated as well.
Yes, of course. So for the men's category, the points are out of 50, and each of the races are as follows. So the A scull, the senior scull that you just saw row down, that was worth 6 points. The race before that was worth 2 points. And then you have the 2 pairs. The men's senior pair is at 8. The junior pair is at 4. Then the men's double senior is at 6 points. Junior is at 4. And then the men's junior 4 is at 8. And the men's senior 4, which is the main event for the night, is at 12 points. So that is how the 50 points are coming together. For the women's, we have the scull, the single scull, which is 4 points, the pair at 6 points, and the double scull at 7 points, and the 4 at 8 points, equaling to 25 points for the overall.
Can I just add to that? Also, just in terms of trophies, so for the men, overall men's, the overall men's category is the Deepam trophy. And then the Adya trophy is for the women's overall category as well. So next we have the women's pair going out. They will be shoving shortly. The boats are already on the pier. For the women's pair, for Madras, we have Niranjana Devi, Somasundaram, and Sumana Narayan for Madras rowing today. And for the Colombo Rowing Club, we will have Anitra and Binuri, who have rowed previously, again for Madras. I'm for Colombo Rowing Club, and rowed for the Madras Colombo Regatta. So they will also be rowing today. As you can see, just setting up, that's the Colombo Rowing Club, just setting up their boat now. The scary thing about a pair, I would say, is, you know, coming down straight. You have a rudder cord, so you are completely in charge of the course that you take. So if your stroke or your bow pulls a little harder, it can completely change the course of the boat. So the less straight you come, the more you actually row, which can cost you a race. So coming down straight is so important in rowing. Usually for a pair, you have a stroke that has the rudder cord, so that is controlled by her foot. So sometimes you can always re-rig a boat where the bow can handle course. But what usually happens on a pair is the stroke will look straight and look at the watermark created by the boat, and then the bow will look behind to see if they're moving in a straight line, and then tell the stroke to adjust the course. So they'll tell you to cut inside or cut outside or cut right or cut left. And now we have the Colombo Rowing Club just shoving off. Anitra as stroke. So stroke is the person rowing in front, and then we have bow Binuri, who is rowing at the bow seat, so that's the back seat. Again, a really cool thing about rowing for the Colombo Rowing Club is that, you know, when we row for LCMC, there's a lot of rivalry between our two schools. So we have an LCite and a Museite on the boat. But when it comes to the rowing club, it really is quite nice to see that camaraderie kind of come in, and those rivalries really don't exist at all. And to be able to row on the same boats also is amazing. This fleet of Colombo Rowing Club boats is also relatively new. We do have boats that are like 10 plus years old, but that was a new fleet ordered, I think, about 6 or 7 years ago. So the boats are relatively new. The Colombo Rowing Club, I've heard, is looking into expanding their fleet as well. So, which again makes rowing a bit of a niche sport, just because equipment can get outdated really quickly, even in terms of currently with, you know, the import crisis, when we have parts on a boat that breaks, or I don't know if you can see these little red clips out on the rigger on the water. So just getting those down is really difficult, and they're also very small, so they get lost very easily. Schools can mistake other people's red clips for another, clubs can do it. So there are lots of you know, challenges that we're facing right now in terms of promoting the sport because of the restrictions and the economy of the country. But, you know, really moving forward. So we have them rowing up now. Anitra and Binuri doing hands and shoulders. A general warm-up of a race usually goes up. So you'll have hands only, which is why you're just moving your hands. And then you have hands and shoulders, where you just like bend a little bit more from the waist. And then you have half slide. So that's currently what they're doing. They're coming up just a little bit more. So the blades are straight. They don't turn it. You keep it squared. That's what we call a squared blade warm-up. And then you have 3/4. So you're not coming all the way up to your full capacity, but you are really trying to get in some distance, really just trying to get into the movement of coming up your slide and pulling back hard. And then you have full slide. So more experienced crews try to do their warm-up with this squared blade, because when we row, we don't keep it straight all the time. Once it comes out of the water, we flick it, and what we call it is we feather it. So they start turning the oar parallel to the surface of the water. So more experienced crews actually do this in order to get their balance right on the board, in order to make sure, so we call it O levels. So the level at which a stroke pulls and the level at which a bow pulls needs to be exactly the same for the boat to balance. Sorry. So this is done in order to make sure that, you know, your O levels are set from the very start. So in terms of rowing, another thing that people don't really quite get is that it's not just as easy as jumping on a boat that's set up for you and going out, or every little thing is rigged with a screwdriver or a spanner or something. So the oars, that length is predetermined. The length inside the boat is predetermined to the length outside the boat. The level at which they're coming up is actually rigged outside the boat. So now what they're doing is actually feathering the blade coming up a little fast upslide for warm up, in my opinion, as a cox, but still moving forward. So still warming up. So this part of the lake is actually the 1,000-yard race. So for a lot of regattas previously, we used to row 1,000 yards instead of 1,000 kilometers, even for the Royal Thomaian. It's why the timings are slightly different to the 1,000-meter races, because 1,000 yards is slightly less. So where Madras is right now is the 300-meter point. So once you get to where that bridge is, that is where we say is the 500 meter. So they're a little bit further, just because of the angle of it, it looks like that, the 500 meter. So that is your halfway point in the race going up. What's really interesting also about the Bere is that we have something called the Head of the Bere Regatta, which is a 1 mile race. So you start here, you go all the way up to where, for people who live in Sri Lanka that know that where St. Joseph's College is, you turn around and then you row back down. Now after, Nelum Kulana was built, there was a lot of barges and stuff that was thrown into the lake, so it really damaged our boats. Fins were cut off from the bottom and stuff like that, so it's not really recommended that you go all the way to the mile. But again, really something that you do. So here, the Madras rowing crew really looking good. It's so imperative also. But another thing that can slow down the boat is if you come up the slide too fast, but you kick back very slowly.
So going up is Niranjana and Sumana. They are one of our senior pairs, and they are the winners. The last time they rode in Colombo, they won the fours. Quite promising. Niranjana rows for our state as well, and Sumana's been rowing at the club again for over a decade. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, so Tushar, last year, if you look at the 82nd Madras Colombo Regatta, I think Madras Boat Club really dominated in the women's field, and the Colombo Rowing Club won in the men's category. Looking back at that, how would you compare it with this year's team and your strengths, and what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, so I think Colombo performed excellent last year, and like I said, we were trying to bring a lot of fresh talent into the Madras Boat Club. We don't have a program as brilliant as Colombo's, where the schools encourage the sport. In Madras, it's a club, and the members bring their kids, and kids bring their friends. So last year, they were trying to promote the sport. We got a lot of fresh talent that hopefully performs better. And in regard to the women, I think the reason last year, one is home water advantage, I would say. Two, a lot of the seniors rode, and I think they were just able to, the water was on their side, or their training was better. But this year, I'm told Colombo has got a very strong team in the women's category, and looking forward to the first race.
Now, earlier I think Ashmita was talking about how the schools regattas work and how the schools culture is here in Sri Lanka when it came to rowing. Can you give us a bit of an overview about how it is like in Madras and India, and how it is like when it comes to the rowing sport in the country?
So in India, predominantly it is dominated by the army. Nationals is a big deal over there. We have state-wise nationals. The selections, we have sent somebody to the Olympics. He's rowing the scull. So state championships are a dominating factor over there. Kids join so that they can represent the state and then represent universities. School regattas, I left school a long time back. School regattas are there, but they're not as, what you guys have is brilliant. I don't think our school regattas are that big. We, Madras Boat Club per se, have two big events that we look forward to. One is the Madras Colombo, and one is the ARE. If you want to row for club, the selections are extremely tough. You have maybe 30 to 40 people who are actively training, and a lot of selections to get, be part of the main team. And that's primarily Indian rowing.
Do we have any members from the forces? Like you said, the army is kind
Here,
of dominating.
No. So we don't allow anyone who is paid to row for club. This is primarily to support amateur rowing. We do it on our own. We take time out from our offices, schools, college. If we do have a group of police who row at the club, but they are not allowed to race in these friendship regattas. They represent us in nationals, and if we are rowing in the nationals, we can row with them. But that's about it. None of these boys, they're all members' kids. No,
Shall we talk about the start? Yes. Do you wanna go? So we have, sorry, I keep saying, but Colombo Rowing Club starting to align now at the 1,000 meter. I believe Colombo Rowing Club is actually on the inside. Danushka, is that right? Danushka? Colombo Rowing Club is on the inside, right, for this? Yeah. So they'll be on the inside course, Madras on the outside course.
Yeah, the course is very challenging for us.
First, yeah, I think anyway, generally the outside is very
Do you
challenging.
guys face problems?
Yeah, all the time. Any toss, I think that we have always like we'll pick inside,
Yeah,
we'll
I
take
think
it.
inside is just a sense of security because you have that green land that,
Of course,
that
yeah.
comes and then you know you're near the boys.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a very weird course for us. You can see the wind pocket there.
Yeah.
That's a big.
Also, I think what happens a lot with outside is there's a lot of space past the
Yes,
boys.
yes.
So crews tend to take that curve that surrounds the lake, which then inevitably,
Actually,
slows your race down. I think also a little.
what happens in Colombo is if you row down straight, you stand a chance of winning this race.
Yeah, exactly.
Because one is you can't, when you're racing, we can't see the white boys.
Yeah.
That's why I requested your captain yesterday, put a couple of red boys over there as we don't know where we are. We don't know where we're rowing. But let's see. These girls have been practicing, the Madras girls have been practicing inside. I'm hoping
So
Sumana and
the-
Niranjana are our senior most women.
Yeah.
And I'm told your Colombo team also is
Quite senior, yeah.
quite senior.
Yeah, they're just aligning now. Crazy thing is actually that Anitra joined rowing when I was in school, so now seeing her row is now a crazy thing also.
I don't think they were born when I started rowing.
Oh, okay.
My event.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have both crews aligning now for the women's Paris. Both crews now up at the start. Have not started yet, but we'll update you accordingly.
It's 950, right? The meters.
Yes,
Oh,
yeah, it's roughly coming down straight. 950, 956, coming down a little crooked will get you to.
Yeah, the
Sometimes I have even been on a boat where the speed coach will show me 1,010 just because of the course that
You've
you
gone
take.
all over the
Yeah,
course.
exactly. Taken the long curve of the outside.
All right, I think they're about to start.
They have not
They have
come up their slides yet, so I don't know
No,
what the
yeah.
start umpire is doing. So we do actually have a motorboat that follows. If you haven't watched this regatta before, we do actually have umpires on a motorboat that align the crews. So they'll make sure that they're side by side before they start the race. Both crews just starting to align, so coming into their courses now.
Yeah, the trick here is to stay near the boys. Which Madrasas are lining pretty far away from the boys.
I think also it might be the drift that might have
Yeah,
carried them
yeah,
away
yeah.
because Colombo Rowing Club has also moved a
Quite
lot, I
further,
think,
yeah.
from when they started to align.
Is there a crosswind?
At this time, there is usually
isn't?
crosswind. But the benefit of the rain is that after it rains, the lake is actually lovely to row on.
I'm waiting for 4 o'clock. My race is at 5, so I'm I'm sitting bow, so it's too much pressure. Yeah, you can see the wind in that
Yeah.
middle pocket over there.
Exactly.
Thousand yards, 940 meters.
Yeah. Yeah. So our schools, Danushka is Royal Thomian 1,000 yard. Yeah. So Rothormian is also 1,000 yards. LCMC actually is 1K, so we do the whole 1,000 meters. Unlike the boys, what can I say? Yeah, clearly. So a good way for anyone who again hasn't watched the sport is to see when they're ready to row is when they're up on their slides and the square and the blade is straight again, not parallel to the water, and then buried in the water. So if it's lying on the water or if it's moving the way up and down or within the water, you know that they're just aligning the boat and they're not quite ready to start yet.
Yeah, I can tell you Colombo's aligning their boat better than Madras right now.
Madras is aiming a little bit inside, but I think they're realigning now. So
Realign if I was them.
so something that you can do at the start, especially when no one is holding your boat, is when if the launch umpire says, okay, ready to start, or you can put your hand up and say, you know, I'm not ready to start, I need to realign my boat. Which is why there's a little bit more understanding instead of like a stake boat start where someone is actually holding the boat, which is what we do at nationals.
Yeah, same. We have that same concept, but I think there's a timing.
Yeah, I think the launch umpire will usually say like 2 minutes to start, which is what I think we're generally given.
Most stressful part. Okay.
And we've started. There is also a little pocket in the inside course. So if you do hug the land and go, you're likely to go off course also. So hugging the land is also just not a, because once it comes to 300 meter, it bends in a little bit.
Alright, Madras looking steady. You have the.
No, not yet. So we're just waiting on the updates from the launch itself.
I think Madras also slightly off. They started off.
Madras are lining a little bit towards the pier rather than parallel to the boys, I think.
Do you know who's leading?
Colombo up by a boat length at the 700. Colombo slowly pulling away, coming close to the halfway point now. Colombo Rowing Club is now up by 2 boat lengths at the 500 meter mark.
Madras looks like they have a good rating, but I guess Colombo. Okay, Madras losing course.
Yeah, Madras coming
heading
slightly
for the
in.
boys. I think the start, like I was saying, their alignment was wrong. Stroke side pulling harder.
Based on the launch umpire, Madras has given a smaller build-up. So
they seem like they're picking up. That's what they lost course in the beginning, and it looks like they are going for it now. Where have they reached? Cinnamon?
So they're at the 300 meter mark now. So the last 300 meters of,
Boat lengths, huh?
yeah, 2.5.
2.5.
Yeah. I mean, it really is still anybody's race. 300 meters is a lot for something to happen.
Miracle, yes.
Yeah, as you can see. Yeah, as you can see. Also, you can look at the watermarks on the boat, and you can see that even Colombo Rowing Club has cut inside considerably.
Madras, I think, rode a good 20 meters.
Extra, yeah. It'd be nice to see if
That's the trick,
they have a
right?
speed
That
coach.
team actually that course wins you the race here.
So Madras has actually caught up by about half a boat length. Colombo is now only up by 2 lengths at the 200, but still considerably pulling away.
Is it Cinnamon Lakeside now they've reached?
Yes, yeah.
200 is Cinnamon
Yeah,
Lakeside?
the Cinnamon Lakeside point.
Alright, let's see what Madras.
They do look good technically. Both boats have now picked up, coming to the take home. Colombo is pulling away slightly, but Madras trying to catch up. So again, the watermark, you can see Madras cutting out again slightly. So Anitra, the stroke on the board, taking her rate up, coming up to the taker home now.
Going by Colombo there.
So that the last bit of the race now, very easy to see from the pier. Last, I would say, 5 strokes of the race for Colombo Rowing Club. Madras only about a boat length away now, actually, so they've caught up quite a lot towards the end.
Colombo team has won with the timing of.
The timings haven't been given to us actually by the official tent yet.
Just attend a call and come back in a minute.
Well, that was Tusha and Ashmita giving you all the insight of what happened now at this race. If you all have any questions, please do feel free to drop down.
So again, the watermark, you can see Madras cutting out again slightly.
8 to 6, right?
So that is 6 points for the women for Colombo Rowing Club. Colombo Rowing Club on the inside course and Madras.
I think with this, CRC is leading again, if I'm correct.
In the women's
Women's
category,
category, they are
yes.
leading
Yeah,
at the moment.
but I think this was actually the only race that we've rode so far,
Right,
right? For the
okay, so-
women's category. Yeah.
So check one.
Check one. They're just going up for the warm-up.
Hello everyone, we are back with the live stream of the 83rd Colombo Madras Regatta. We apologize for the sudden disappearance. We were actually facing electrical cuts. So we are back, and I think we are just about to start the men's A pair, and we'd hand over again to Ashmita and Anushka.
So we just have the pairs aligning, actually. A little small delay on the race itself. Could have possibly been a technical issue with the Madras Colombo Boat Club. After their shove, they had to come back into the pier, possibly to test the rudder cord. Again, with pairs, having a working, stable rudder cord is so important. For those of you who don't know, the rudder cord again is what aligns the boat. It helps you go down straight. Just because with a pair, it's a little more tricky because one person has one oar. So one person can technically pull harder than the other person and then could change the course of the boat, which could then completely impact the race.
Yeah, I think I personally love rowing the pair. This time I've been, my partner Rohit and I, we raced, I think the first time we rode the pair was in Madras Colombo in Madras, and we lost that. And coincidentally after that we came to Colombo, and the pair requires a lot of practice, a lot of training, and it's basically who comes down straight and how well you row together. We have person in the room. Yeah, this is one of my most something my team didn't choose to put me in the A pair this time, but I'm hoping the young guns from my class keep up to my name.
How sensitive are these mics?
I think. Okay, so before we start off the race, I want to ask Tushar, I know you from the Madras Rowing Club. Can we just tell our viewers how you started?
Right. So in Madras, it's a club with members. My parents basically. Right. Yeah. So Madras Boat Club has a summer camp where a lot of members bring their kids, and they encourage schools to join. So I joined through the summer camp, and I was picked up from summer camp to join the national team. And from there on, I got lucky basically in one of the Madras Colombos in 2004. The main bow had a back problem, and I was standing there, and they put me on. Yeah, and that's it. From there on, we raced, we won, and after that, I've been part of the team since 2004.
2004, beautiful. That's the year I was born, actually. So
we
it was
won't say this on. We won't say this on. So as I was saying, I think everybody. So my crew's average age is 35, and we are racing a crew whose average age is 18. 20. So it'll be interesting to see if we're able to keep up with them. Men's A pair, right?
Yeah, as you can see, they are lining up right now. So to all our viewers who are watching this live stream, please drop any questions if you have. We can ask Ashmita and Tushar and Danushka who are with us. As you all know, Quadrangle magazine is the official media partner for this regatta. So please do drop in questions in the comment section so we can answer you very easily and quick. And please feel free, if you are close by the Better Lake, please drop in the Colombo Rowing Club and witness it firsthand if you are new for rowing. And I hope this is a huge encouragement to all the youngsters out there in Sri Lanka to join rowing. Yeah, so Ashwina, back to you.
All right, to the left of your screen in yellow we have Madras Boat Club, and to the right we have Colombo Rowing Club.
Last year, for the men's coxless A pair, Madras Boat Club actually beat Arjun Vikramanayaka, who is currently rowing the A scull this year, and Sajjan De Oliveira, who is not rowing this year. The pair was won by Gopi Anand and Vasikaran from the Madras Boat Club. Different crew to what we have this year also.
So this year we have for Madras Boat Club Siddharth Sunil and Rahul Baliga. And for Colombo Rowing Club we have Saad Admal and Tevindu Valpalage.
No, it's a. So Saad and Tevino actually are from Royal College. I think, if I'm not mistaken, just left or within the last year. So newly released to the Colombo Rowing Club scene. Both boats are realigning right now. As you can see, the wind is really pushing them towards the inside of the lake. Hence why both crews would now have to realign. Another, I think, struggle with this type of race is that you don't want to align too early. I think as a cock, something that I've always looked at is that I would never align the boat until I can see the launch umpire. And even if I have seen the launch umpire, if I can't see my opponent, I actually won't align the boat until I can see them aligning. It's always an advantage to be the last person to align, because then when the race starts, you're in the position that you want to be in. So again, rowing has these little mental tricks that you need to look into, play into do on race day. So again, as you can see, the drift moving the boats inside. So if they are aligned, they would need to start rather quickly. So both crews realigning once more. Colombo Rowing Club moving more towards the buoy line.
Yeah, and there's a significant amount of crosswind at the moment.
So the points actually for the A pair will be 8 for the men's category. Currently, Madras is up by 6. Colombo Rowing Club up by 4. Madras Colombo scoring 6, with Colombo Rowing Club trailing by 2 points. That was from the Skull, and I believe the A Skull. The A Skull was what got Madras Boat Club. That was 6 points. So again, Colombo Rowing Club seem to be aligning once more. Madras Boat Club, I think, good set in that course. So hopefully they start rather quickly before the drift takes them back in. Okay, both crews now up at the start, which means they're about to start the race. Colombo Rowing Club a little bit unsteady there, the catch.
On the pair, the one who takes the start is most likely to win.
You're right. I think even with the 4, the one who trails away at the start, it really adds, I think, a value when you can leave the start. Yeah, when you can leave at the start.
Because if you lose course, all of that, you can see Colombo is having trouble over there at the start.
Yeah, exactly. And also in terms of steadiness, in terms of all of us.
And they have begun. Losing some balance.
So quick rate, as you can see, the oars move slightly faster, as you will see later on in the race. That's just because the start is a faster, stronger set of strokes. Once I think a crew generally gets into the rhythm of it, they do drop the rate a little bit, try to keep in the power, try to keep in that rhythm.
Both crews are neck and neck at the moment.
So it really adds a lot if you can leave at the start.
It'll be interesting to see who rows in this pocket well. It's got a lot of crosswind.
Sorry, yeah, Colombo up by, as Danushka said, Colombo up by a canvas at the 700. So it took about 300 meters to even get that little gain, which is really adding to the how good this race will actually be.
I think both crews are maintaining the same rate as well.
Mhm.
Madras losing course, Colombo keeping a brilliant course.
Mhm.
The boys are staying in line.
You can also really see how strong the strokes are coming off by the finish, so by how well they're leaning back.
Looks like Colombo's up by 3-4 seconds, one boat length.
A really nice rhythm coming in actually from the boys in the Colombo Rowing Club crew.
Trying to realign.
Yeah, really good rate, really good drive through the water. Technically also it looks lovely right from the back. Really just does look like a skull, which looks amazing. Madras really picking up the rate though. I think hoping to get a little bit of headway, maintaining that lead.
So I think we're at the last 400. Colombo slowing down their rate.
Hopefully not getting too confident, really trying to gain that lead for that last 300 meters that's coming up.
Colombo up by 1.5 at the last 300. Madras dropping their rating, I think. And Colombo looks like they're picking up.
Madras really driving again through the water very well.
Driving, but yeah.
Might be slightly too light for that boat actually, just because of the way the bow end is coming out of the water. Again, for those of you who don't row, weight is such an important thing when you row. You have to.
And it looks like Colombo has pulled it. That's a clear win. You
Yeah,
can see
co-
the difference. These boys are
Mhm.
alright. Looks like Madras is picking up.
They are picking up. Colombo up by 2 lengths though now at the 200. Madras taking the rate up sometimes can be beneficial in the race if you can match the work for it. So if the drive through the water can match the rate, absolutely is beneficial. But otherwise can be detrimental in slowing the boat down. Colombo Rowing Club really set in that rhythm, in that movement, in that rate coming towards the finish now. And that is a win for Colombo Rowing Club with a total of 8 points. We are now 10 and 6 with the Colombo Rowing Club leading.
Do we get timings here?
Officials tent, so the front end. Also, for those of you who didn't see, there was like a line through the screen. That's called a stagger. So for those of you who don't know, the stagger tells us, so we stand right behind it and we press the button or the horn or we shout finish, easy, from that stagger. So that is a straight line down to the end of the course. So there's a stagger on this side of the pier, and then there's a mark on the other side of the lake, just to tell us what that line exactly is. Just looking at a replay of this, actually, you can see even with the puddles, there's a nice consistent length with the Colombo Rowing Club puddles, showing a really good steady rate. And that is a win. Points. We are now 10.
So we just witnessed the finish of the men's APR race, and currently Colombo Rowing Club is leading in by 8 points. Sorry, by 4 points.
Now it would be
10
by
to 6, right?
4,
Yeah, so 10 to 6
8 points.
with 8 points
Bringing the total to Colombo Rowing Club 10, Madras
6.
by 6.
So Colombo Rowing Club now leading by 4 points from the
Men's category. So just moving on with our discussion that we had earlier, Tushar and Danushka, I think we'd like to know a bit about the differences of like the rowing conditions in Sri Lanka and India, and the weather conditions, the water patterns, wind patterns, and such.
Sorry, you were saying?
Sorry, no, I was just asking about like the differences between Sri Lanka and India when it comes to the weather patterns, water, wind, and the rowing. Basically, the rowing conditions.
Well,
the differences.
we are
in
1 hour
the-
away from flight,
Yes.
by flight, so not too much different, but it's a bit more humid. And if you talk about just the rowing conditions as such, I'd say it's a little more cozy in Madras. When we row over there, it's one type of wind throughout the course. We don't have so many changes. But when we row here in Colombo, if you know, every 300 there's some change in weather, and during the race you really have to keep in mind what's going to happen next. In Madras, it's clear.
Sorry, I think also in Madras, what's nice is the course is actually more spectator friendly.
Yes.
Yeah, it's much easier to watch
Madras is
and
easier
view
to
the
race
races.
also.
Yeah.
Very easy to race. It's a straight. Over here, course plays a big impact. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that, and also I feel like Tushar would agree when I say this. The water itself in both places are so different to each other. Bere, and if you want to tell us about the lake you row in and how the conditions are.
So the Madras water, I'd say it's the backwater of the sea, but it's quite dirty. It's got a lot of muck, sand, it's heavier. We find it easier. Your water is easier, obviously, to row.
But still also very dirty.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare both, you know, we have a lot of elements floating around.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Actually, that was, I think, a project to clean up the Bere. I don't know what the status of that project is. Yeah. Yeah. And also, even the green of the Bere isn't actually dirt, it's just eutrophication, it's just algae in the lake itself. It's not that the lake itself is like disgustingly green and dirty. You know, you still do have fishermen that fish here, people that make a livelihood.
Really?
Yeah, you have people. I'm sure you could see them on the lake currently.
Yeah, and also to add to that.
Even right here, like even when we row, sometimes we get caught to fishing nets. Danushka, I'm sure you can.
Yeah, we have. That,
Yeah.
and also we also jump in the lake to celebrate sometimes.
We do jump in the lake to celebrate. Sometimes we are thrown in the lake
That
by
is also
force
true.
in terms of celebration, or just because, you know, your cox and your crew wants to have fun. Another thing also, I don't know if you remember, Colombo Rowing Club had this really big brown pair that kids used
The
to...
Vikings, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Wooden
And
boats.
that had, so it was very basic in terms of, it looked like a boat that was built maybe 100 years ago. So when those boats used to get caught in fish nets, you would necessarily have to like bend over the boat to try and untangle it. So there are a lot of obstacles on the bay there, honestly. But I think anyway on regatta days, it's just something that the boat boys also pay attention to, the fish
True.
nets being around and stuff. But yeah, huge. And
Yeah, so next we have the men's B pair.
yeah, and if we can. So if you jump to a clip of the pier, just to show you kind of what a regatta looks like on a day-to-day basis. For example, if it's a pair race after another pair race, so crews are not going to necessarily take the boat. Okay, crews are not necessarily going to take the boat out, put it all the way in the lawn, readjust it. So the boats currently are still on the pier, being readjusted by the crews.
yeah, so I think what we do is for the last 2 days we were assigned a boat each, double scull pair 4, and we've been spending about 48 hours to fix the boats. So all we need to do is adjust the washers that allows you to reduce or increase the height.
I also feel like that's kind of the difficulty in an international regatta, is that you're so used to the boats you row in, the oars that you use, the settings that you have, and then to go somewhere and then readjust. And there are so many little things actually.
Yes.
Sometimes you'd adjust the gate, sometimes you'd adjust the slide, you'd have to adjust
Correct.
the settings, sometimes you might have to adjust the oars. So moving to another country and then trying to row in their boats and their facilities and their lake is a new, complete challenge on its
It is tough. That's why we travel with our blades. We had to actually take permission from the Sri Lankan Airlines chairman
Of course.
and they were gracious enough to let us travel
Yeah.
with blades. The last 2 days actually has been very stressful. We have to adjust the boats, and the same boat is used by the women and the men.
Yeah.
So we've got to fix it to a level where the 3 categories can take the boat out with just minor adjustments before the race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Simple thing like if you see the A skull, B skull, and the girl's skull, 3 of them have a difference in weight of 30 kilos.
Yeah, which is another thing I think I mean, I can't speak for India obviously, but in Sri Lanka, given that rowing is not as funded of a sport like cricket or rugby,
Yes.
so you would have to row on boats that are not essentially ideal for your weight class.
Yes.
So that can also be such a big challenge. Being too heavy for a boat absolutely can slow the boat down.
Yes, it can. It pays a huge difference.
Yeah, I also remember, once we were rowing on a 4 and the crew was too heavy for the boat. So when we came to the catch, where for those of you who don't know, where you enter the blade into the water, the boat would actually sink into the water.
Yeah.
So those are, those things really can affect your race.
Of course,
large
and
race.
the only thing is we get about 2 days over here when we come, and the
Exactly.
same for you guys. When you come
Yeah.
there, you get 2 days. So mentally, we're just like, okay, whatever boat it is,
You have to row it.
we're mentally prepared. The only aspect that we look into is the adjustments, if it's comfortable enough to allow us to row our best. Apart from that, it's obvious that the home team has an advantage because
Yeah.
they've been practicing on the boats.
Absolutely.
But that's year to year, it happens with us as well.
Yeah.
The last 2 days, our coach Gajendran, Rahul, and Rohit, they've been spending quite a lot of time here fixing the boats. We had to use your staff helping us out in the really
Yeah,
good at
shout
it.
out to Danushka,
Yes.
our boat boy since decades ago. And for those of you who have actually not rowed before, I think a big misconception is people think that it's a arm sport.
Yeah.
That it's just, you're just pulling with your arms and that's it.
It's sort of a dance when they want to imitate. But yeah, it's very tough. You've got to use your legs, your back, your shoulders. your
Yeah,
arms.
exactly. You're strengthening your core. I think for me personally, I really feel it in the legs more than anything.
If you row
At the
right,
end of-
if you
yeah.
row right, then it's your
Yeah,
legs. If you-
exactly. So that again, another misconception about rowing is people think that you just put the oar in and you pull it, and then you put
Yeah.
the oar in and you pull it, which actually it's a full body situation. Lots of oarsmen actually get bad technique when they learn, and then they get really bad
Yes.
back problems. That's,
Yeah,
I
a lot
think,
of people
very
do
normal.
quit because of back problems, but I think today coaches are more aware and training has gotten better. I mean, I see it personally in Madras. What's the next race?
So looking now at the men's B pair, if I'm not wrong, boats are now on the water. Crews are just about to shove. If we can maybe go, we can't go to the staggered start. So both crews are actually in their boats right now, readjusting their settings rather. So for the Colombo Rowing Club in the pair, we have Jaden and Hamza. And for Madras Boat Club, for the B pair, we have Siddharth and Vishal. I'm just going to confirm that.
Yes, Madras. The stroke will be Siddharth Yadav and bow Vishal Sudhakar.
So Colombo Rowing Club just shoving off the pier now, just turning on to the warm-up course.
Do you know which course Colombo's rowing in? Outside, inside?
If I'm not wrong, I do remember them saying it was inside. Let me just confirm that though.
Inside looks like it has a big advantage today.
The wind is really.
Wind and people rowing in the inside
Yeah,
are.
so men's B pair, Colombo is on the inside. Interesting thing, actually, at the toss, Pasan was the one calling the toss for the rowing club, and surprisingly got inside for almost everything. So I don't know, maybe it's Pasan's lucky day today.
Yeah.
So Colombo Rowing Club just starting their warm up now, and Madras Boat Club just shoving off the pier. It is a hot and sunny day. Maybe it will rain later towards the 4s. Again,
Don't say that.
yeah, I'm just. It's really hot during the day, and then it's a thunderstorm at night. So we'll see how it goes. So Madras Boat Club also just turning the boat now onto the warm-up course. Soon enough we'll be able to jump to cliffs of the lake, where you'll be able to see the warm-up of the two crews. So Madras Boat Club now, again, I think a much younger crew for the Colombo Rowing Club, if I'm not wrong. These two boys, fresh out of or still at Rowing for All College. Madras starting their warm-up with a start. So the crew that you can see on your screen right now is actually Colombo Rowing Club. Again, still on the warm-up, really nice long strokes as of right now. Probably just a little bit past the 500-meter mark. So generally, I can, again, only speak for Sri Lankan crews. Our warm-up mainly consists of, as we mentioned before, hands only. We'll do a little bit of a longer warm-up. We are coming up to the full of our slide. Then after that, what we will do is we'll practice some starts going up. We might practice, there are different exercises that you do for rowing, so we might practice some of those. Again, that little dot on the screen right now is Madras Boat Club warming up. As you can see, they're doing really quick, hard strokes, so most likely practicing a start there. So I think these two boys actually rowed for the Royal Thomian last year. Unsure what happened to their races, but I do know that St. Thomas's won the regatta last year. Our launch umpires are already at the start, so I think as soon as these two boats go up, maybe again because of the drift, they'll quickly turn around and then be able to start the race. So I was actually left alone in the media room by the boys, and having the boys now join me once again. You know what they say, you can never depend on the non-para sex.
We let them think that so they feel better about it.
So we're B pair currently. As you can see, something that Colombo Rowing Club is doing is, because of the drift, what I think they're doing is they're not actually turning and aligning their boat. Because they're waiting for Madras to catch up, because again, as we said, the earlier you align, the more difficult it is to start the race off.
I think the trick here. See here, they should plan accordingly. I mean, that's what I would do at the start.
And for people who have watched, sorry, this is just observation that I've realized. For people who've been watching Madras, Colombo for many years, you can actually see the difference in the Colombo skyline around the Bay and how much it's changed. I mean, it's definitely changed. Yeah, it's definitely changed quite a bit since the last time I rode.
Madras is going up. That's rowed by Siddharth and Vishal. They have about 20 years of experience. Coincidentally, Vishal actually has to go back tonight. His wife is expecting.
Oh wow!
So
Congratulations to him.
Yep. And I think his opponents were again not born when he started rowing. So,
I mean, they are, I think, quite young. They're probably about 18 years old. We have the Colombo Rowing Club adjusting their
popularly
boats.
known as Pandu. And you know, I was the one that gave him that name. Yeah. I was his first rowing partner. Pandu actually, when we met, I used to obviously make fun of him. There's a clan, Pandava clan. So I just used to tell him he reminds me of somebody from that clan.
Now we have both boats actually aligning at the start.
Yes, and it looks like Madras is on the outside.
Outside, yeah.
Right, let's hope we.
Pasan really, for those of you who don't know, Pasan, captain of the rowing club, really pulled through on the toss for the club.
Except for A4.
Except for A4, except for the most. You're right, you're right.
Yeah, we got the
Inside. How are you feeling about the boat race? Do you?
I'm okay. I'm racing after maybe 6 years and trained for about 3 months.
As somebody who's rowed, I'd assume multiple boat races. Do you generally prefer? Because we have coxless.
In Colombo, I would prefer a cox race.
Yeah.
It's for me as such.
Of course.
It's a lot of pressure for me at the start. I have to make sure that my team gets clear. At least the first.
And this is
500.
you being a bow seat.
Yeah, and I need to give them a clear 500 for us to perform at our best. And the bow also is responsible for the balance. To some extent.
Of course, yeah.
So there's a lot of they bank on me for the course and somewhat the balance, and I bank on them obviously to deliver and I give them a comfortable spot.
Yeah.
Most of my planning is with them is how I'm gonna help them, and they basically take.
Of course, of course. And I think that's also the other so what's different to a quad and for having a cox, again, is the issue with the pair, is that one side could sometimes pull a little harder than the other side, moving the boat from left to right, from stroke side to bow side, which is why on a 4, a cox is more useful than on a quad, I would say.
Cox definitely, especially in waters like Colombo. The start in Madras, it's a bridge.
Yeah.
So your start is covered.
Yeah, I
Over
agree.
here it's open, okay, I guess they're lining up. You can see Madras in its position, Colombo. Both of them are lined away from the boys.
Yeah, but Madras actually positioned quite well in terms of the outside course, I think, parallel to the boys, if they don't change their course now. Colombo further in, I think what Royal College generally teaches you to do is that they teach you to align as in as you can to get that straight course down.
Near the bank,
Yes, yeah.
away from the boys. Basically.
Yeah, and I remember as a cox, when I was taught to cox also, it was how to align a perfect inside course. So I think we were...
Tell them to align away from the boys.
They do, yeah. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be giving out the trade secret.
Stay near the boys.
But yeah, they obviously the further in you are, it's, I don't know even if it is a midwife tale. They do think that it is a shorter course. It is more beneficial for the wind. The stagger, because it's a staggered end. If it's a close race, being inside would obviously help. I can't say that I haven't benefited from that. I definitely have in the past.
Okay, and
You're right, that.
gun. Like they have a higher rating.
Colombo Rowing Club really pushing their course onto the inside. Hopefully they can come down straight exactly like this. There is a strong wind currently near the Bere. Madras jumped the start. So they've left them at the start.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
Colombo now catching up and taking the lead.
Yeah, so the stroke rowing for Madras, he's performed very well, and he recently got married. You can see the extra pounds.
Now, just as a reminder, we're looking at the B scull. Colombo pulling away and half a boat length away at the 700-meter mark.
Colombo is now leading?
Colombo is now leading, yeah. Colombo up by 2 boat lengths now, approaching the 500. Colombo up now by 3 boat lengths right at the 500. So we're looking at maybe a 10-second lead now.
Yeah, maybe more.
Yeah, possibly a little bit more than that, 10 to 12, I would say. So difficult to see from that view. Madras slowed that rate down, I think, a lot compared to their start. As you can see, Colombo Rowing Club actually taking a huge cut onto the inside.
Isn't
You're
there
right.
Isn't there a risk of like coming too close? Like my worry here is he's aligning to the club. Is it?
Yes, he is aligning to the club. Yeah, but based on the watermark, despite the drift, they themselves have not cut the boat too much.
His wind is just
Exactly. Colombo now moving to up to 4 boat lengths at the 300-meter mark. So we're looking at less than a minute left of the race here now. It's a bit odd that I'm talking in meters when the race is a yard race, but it's just the way the club is built.
convincingly.
Yeah, Madras is giving them a small build-up now, pushing at the 300. Yeah, they would have to cut a little bit to...
But it looks too tough to bridge.
Yeah.
It's too late in the race for Madras to pick up. It's not
Colombo Rowing Club also slightly slowing the rate to what was the midsection of the race.
I would do that if I were.
Yeah, maybe they do have racers after.
He says it's better to now they're rowing light, cocky little boys. Look at that.
Oh, he turned back also.
I used to be
This guy. Okay, so as Danushka said, actually previously, Colombo now had to cut back out to correct that course.
They were gonna hit the club.
So Colombo now winning comfortably. Danushka, can you confirm the points for us, please?
You would get 4 points.
Okay, so this is for 4 points. I think that means now the Colombo Rowing Club is at 14. And
3 and 6. What's the next race?
winners of this race, Jaden and Hamza for Colombo Rowing Club.
Uh-huh.
So this is a great view of the pier actually. As you can see, Colombo Rowing Club constantly being updated. Solar panels now. Yeah, you're right, Danushka. Actually, the flags in the wind really gives a better picture of the kind of conditions here on the lake today. This is the very end of the lake, so what crews will do is they will come in from here now to the pier, which is what you can see from the drone shot right here. You have your spectators on the right, officials right in the middle. So the boys just stepping out now. I believe all pair races are now complete
All
for the
pairs
day.
are done. Now it goes to double scull and women's scull
Lovely.
before the main boat races. And that's when I depart.
So Madras now just coming in. after what is undoubtedly a very hot, tiring, sweaty
Yeah.
1,000 yards.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's really hot.
It is very hot, very humid. But like you were saying, I think the conditions are quite. Because I remember when I did come to Madras, even though the sun wasn't out, again, very humid conditions.
Yeah.
From what I remember personally.
It is humid, but we as such are having a tough time here this time.
Yeah. I think anyway the heat is slightly worse than the humidity.
Yes.
Just because it just drains you out a lot more.
Also, we are rowing at lunchtime. Usually we don't practice at this hour.
This has been a big issue today.
Yeah.
That we didn't break for lunch.
Yeah.
We're very upset about it here at the media box.
I think it's time we break for lunch.
So Madras just stepping out of their boat now. Oh, that's lovely. We do have the official timings. Tanushka, do you? Oh.
Yeah, I think.
Do you
we'll go
wanna?
for the timings.
So official timings for today. We have the men's B scull, which was won by the Colombo Rowing Club at 3:34 for the Colombo Rowing Club, 3:42 for 1,000 yards for Madras Boat Club. Men's A scull, 4:2 for interesting. The men's A scull timings were actually worse than the B scull timings. So 4:2 for Colombo Rowing Club and 3:47 for Madras Boat Club. Madras Boat Club winning that one. Again, a lot strange. Almost a 36-second difference between the two B and A crews. Maybe absolutely could be the weather. Yeah.
Could be the weather, different conditions. A scull might have been
Gone off course,
yeah.
maybe. Yeah. We have women's pair, Colombo Rowing Club winning that one with a timing of 4:1, and the Madras Boat Club getting a timing of 4:6.
I think the A pair was the closest race here.
Yes, the A pair, Colombo Rowing Club winning that one with 3:23, Madras
3:27.
with 3:27, and the men's B pair winning again by the Colombo Rowing Club, the race that you just saw, with 3 minutes and 39 seconds, and Madras Boat Club with 3 minutes and 56 seconds. Thank you, Tanushka. So now we're just on the pier. What do we have going on the pier? We have our double sculls being put in. Which race is this, Tanushka?
Women's double scull.
Men's B?
Women's double
Women's double scull, okay. So for the women's
7 points. Women's.
double scull, they're competing for 7 points for Madras Boat Club. We have Haya and Oneli. Oneli, a national oarswoman. Haya, the current captain of Ladies College Rowing. And then for Madras, we have, sorry, let me just confirm. So for the women's double scull, we have Upadriti.
Yeah, so for Madras, we've got Upadriti, Balaji, and Yazini Rajendran. They are some of the young talent from Madras. Been rowing for about a year now. A year
wow.
a
Yeah.
year. They won the selections. They beat some of the most seasoned oarsmen, and we're hoping, they put up a fight today.
Yeah, very promising. So how old are they?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, 16 and 17.
Wow, that is
we
very
basically,
young.
yeah, they have an athletic background. The bow is, if I'm not mistaken, a shot put thrower.
Oh, okay, wow.
Yeah, and the stroke may be a long distance runner. Actually, a lot of the kids rowing for Madras today, including the A pair, have come from an athletic background. We have somebody who basically promoted it on an athletic state level, and a lot of them have changed sports. So the girls, the B4s, they all have come from athletic backgrounds.
Sure.
We have a triple jump specialist.
Wow.
Yeah. the stroke of the B pair in men's is a triple jump specialist. So they're fit kids.
Yeah.
They just have to get better at the sport.
And also might be a more evenly matched race, given that they're more similar in age.
Yes.
So exciting to see how this will go. Actually, I think double scull races are generally just like a little more exciting. You're not as worried about course.
Double scull is much easier, to
Yeah.
maintain the course. You don't have to worry. It's just one small pull on the left or the right.
Yeah,
And the
exactly.
boats are a little more controlled.
Yeah, I agree. So
I think everyone's looking forward to the Colombo. You said there's a national sculler. Yes.
the next race will be the women's double scull. On the outside course, we will have Madras Boat Club, and on the inside course, we will have Colombo Rowing Club. Rowing for Colombo Rowing Club, in the bow seat will be Oneli, and in the stroke will be Haya. And for Madras Boat Club, we will have Padriti and
Yazini.
Yazini, who will be rowing for Madras Boat Club today.
Is-
Competing for a total of 7 points for the women's category today. Currently, Colombo Rowing Club is leading the category with the racers from the scull with a total of 6 points.
You guys are inside again. I think casino. I think person should go to the casino and put some bets today.
That's what I think Madras was complaining that the coin might be slightly
Coin
rigged.
is rigged, or it's just person's lucky day. I think somebody sent him to Bali's,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
we can recover the event money. Lot of wind, as we can see.
On the screen right now, you'd actually be able to see it on the tree. That's.
Looking at 5, it's calm. When I race, I don't like wind.
I mean, that's a benefit. I don't know if it's true in Madras, obviously, but here, at school encounters, they will try and push those more important races as late as they can, just to get better conditions, better timings, break records. Nothing is done on time actually at the school regattas, if I'm honest. Quite hard being an official for those. That's not true. Danushka's trying to say that it's our school, but actually, I have seen many Royal Thomaian A4 racers rode like an hour after it was scheduled. Danushka thinks there's only one school to blame for that, but will not specify which school it is. So both crews have now just shoved. You might slightly be able to spot the Madras Boat Club Women's Double Scull warming up. Looking quite good actually, some nice long strokes on their end. You'll be able to see by the way the boat is moving and the way that the oars kind of flash in the light, showing when they come in and out of the water. I can't seem to spot the Colombo Rowing Club crew right now. Can't really see the flicker of an oar anywhere really. Could be further up on the lake. So, I mean, the Bera is quite a wide lake. Just, it's a bit difficult to fit a 4-lane race, I think, in here. 1,000-yard race, maybe, but maybe nothing more than that. Once. One time we had Schools National. Yeah, exactly.
500 meters, I think. I think
Absolutely.
500 meters 4-lane is possible.
Yeah. We do also have, the Colombo Rowing Club does host something called the Ramphus Sprints, 300-meter relay race.
You have 300-meter races.
Yeah, so it's actually a really cool kind of regatta.
My God.
Yeah, so it's like Danushka said, it's the scull goes up, taps out the
So
pair,
they're waiting at the
other end. So they'll do 2 rounds. So a scull will row up, then the pair will row down, then the 4 will go
Why
up.
can't we do that for Madras Colombo?
It's too late
So
now.
much stress.
And the regatta was actually made so that the sport would be more
Interesting.
spectator friendly. But now actually with the big lotus tower that you can see in the background, there is a long walking path on the other side of the lake. So if you did want to like cycle up and down with the racers, that is a possibility that, or something that you could do if you were interested. So a little white boat in the corner on the screen, that's our launch umpires, probably also dying in the heat. I would not trade places with them. They are slightly in the shade, I think. I did get a message that was a bit passive-aggressive from one of the launch umpires that said, must be really hard for you in that cool room.
These are the stars.
We have our officials, our Finnish umpire, Dirki, who also captained Muses College. Ishika captained Muses College also before her.
She captained the
And
club.
yes, the first woman ever to captain the Colombo Rowing Club in 2019. Again, amazing achievement in 150 years, I think. So as you can see on the left, I feel like I was given this job because I might. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see both boats now warming up.
Both crews going up to the start, assessing the conditions as they go up.
I can't speak for the Madras crew, but the girls on the double scull definitely have a really bright future in rowing if they decide to move forward. I think Oneli definitely will, because she's already in the national pool. I hope Haya will as well. Haya's brother is actually also rowing today. Malik Hassan, he's rowing for Colombo Rowing Club. Yeah, her second oldest brother, I think. No, the ladies college captain's brother, also in the crew. Her oldest brother previously rowed for Colombo Rowing Club as well. So really a family committed to the sport. I can't imagine how many early mornings their parents must have had. Previous club captain, Ruan, on the screen, and Sajin, who rowed last year, but has opted not to row this year. So we have both boats aligning now. Colombo Rowing Club on the inside course, and we have Madras on the outside course.
So speaking about the start at Madras Boat Club,
Yes.
so you have to row up till you meet this bridge.
Yes.
So the first time I went there, I can't remember if it was in 2009 or 10 or 11, somewhere there. It was early morning and we were just going up to practice our starts and whatnot. And we were just coming up on the bridge and there was a massive splash next to us. We didn't quite understand what was happening till we went under the bridge, and to our splendor we looked up and we happened to see gentlemen behind making their morning deposit into the
Oh wow!
lake. And so
That was not the story that I was expecting.
so from that point on we always make it a point to look up
Look
before
up,
you
of course.
get to the bridge.
To be fair, crazy things have been found in the Bay Area too, you know.
Right there,
Colombo
lining.
Rowing Club seeming set in that course right now. Can I have that mic, please? Women's double sculls currently aligning at the start, waiting on the launch umpire's starting order.
Okay, looks like Colombo is on the inside again. Okay, they're lining up.
Okay, the drift has actually slightly changed direction, it looks like.
Yep, going towards stroke side.
Again, the unpredictability.
No, bow side, sorry, bow side, yeah.
Unpredictability of the bere. So something that non-rowers might not know actually is for the boat to stay more stationary, it's very important for the oars to stay squared in the water.
Squared, dipped, well dipped.
Exactly, well dipped. And to allow the boat to drift, which sometimes as a cox was something that we would do, we would align the boat and then let it drift, knowing that it would.
Yep.
Was to keep the oars parallel to the water, so just resting on the surface of the water.
I think they're realigning now. They're having a tough time over there.
Drift looking much stronger onto bow side actually at this time of the day.
I rode in 2004. 6, I have rode so much now. I can't remember. I think so. I can't remember. 2004. There's no mention of our name.
I hope the Colombo Rowing Club crew will align a little bit, straighten their boat slightly. I also don't know if they will do what crews do and cut very inside and then cut back out when it comes towards the end of the course. Okay, Colombo Rowing Club moving past the start, so they're just touching up to the start right now.
As you can see on the screen, the wind has picked up. The water is moving on one direction in front, and closer towards the bottom of the screen, it's moving to the left. So there's definitely a lot of crosswinds in there. And if you're just tuning in, to the left of your screen in yellow is Madras Boat Club, and to the right in white is Colombo Rowing Club. This
Okay,
is the women's double scull.
Sorry, Danshka, yeah, both crews now up at the start, but turns out it was just actually to touch the boat and to realign. I can only imagine the start, the launch umpire's frustration, their frustration. Nothing is more irritating than a slow starting race. Both crews realigning one more time. Okay, both crews have come up to start. They are now at the catch position. Madras Boat Club just waiting to dip the oars. Okay, both crews at the start now. Colombo Rowing Club drifting very much to the inside course. Still possible for them to come down, and they have started. Strong starts from the two of them right now. So both crews getting that start in. What's lovely about double scull is that if you actually do row it very well, it does look like a skull also when your O levels are. So we are just waiting on updates now. So Colombo Rowing Club is up by a canvas currently from our updates from the launch itself. Madras getting that steady rate in. But you can really see the strength in Colombo Rowing Club's strokes just by their finish alone. You can see how strong the oar flicks out of the water. Hopefully, lovely in terms of style too. All of us seem very matched.
Very balanced.
Correct. The catch, the finish, all of it looks really good.
You could almost hear the boat sing from here.
You're right, you're right. And I can almost hear the oars kind of flick out of the water.
Both doubles looking beautiful. And this race is for 7 points. Let's see who comes down first.
So gap is still about a canvas at the 500-meter mark.
Canvas
Madras Boat
is
Club
roughly about 1.5 meters. for
yeah.
you.
Sorry, I should have specified that. But Madras Boat Club slowing the rate down slightly. It's not too big of a distance right now that they can't claim.
We're getting some information from the launch, and they're saying Colombo crew is pulling away ever so slightly. And Madras is giving a pick it up at the 300-meter mark.
So
Approaching
you
the
can see
300
Madras
meter
is
mark, I'm
actually,
sorry, yeah.
with the way that they're coming up that slide now is slightly faster. So Madras now closing in on this gap. I hope that the Colombo Rowing Club crew will not get complacent. I do think the gap is still quite considerable. I think it might be an easy win.
Colombo is up by half a boat length at.
Oh, Madras
The
is catching up. I
300
take that back
and-
completely.
Yeah, Madras seems to have definitely picked up the rate.
Again, Madras looking really lovely on this drone shot. The way the oars are coming in and out of the water like that. Really strong. About a boat length away, I would say now, but Madras trying to close that gap in.
Madras
Really
has
trying to win it
given a
through.
take a home. They're upping the rate and upping the workload. Let's see. This is going to be a close race.
Madras actually catching up. We can't, hopefully we'll be able to see the stagger video. Madras really trying to close that gap. Coming in strong, trying to cover that one boat length away. Colombo Rowing Club really taking that rate up, hard in the water, fast in the water. Colombo up by only a canvas in this last 150 meters. Madras is really caught up. So this is really the benefit of the inside course that you'll be able to see. Yeah, Madras has done a great job in that last 300 meters. Coming towards the last bit, and that is the benefit of the inside course. It's just that it's closer to the stagger.
And that's a one length win for Colombo Rowing Club. For 7 points, the women's double scull.
Women's double scull won by Colombo Rowing Club for a total of 7 points. Colombo Rowing Club now leading the women's category by 13 points with 2 more races to go. Winning for the Colombo Rowing Club on the double scull in the bow seat, we had only Chandrasekhara, and in the stroke seat, Haya Hassan. So again, on this replay, just to remind everyone, in case you didn't actually watch this race, Colombo was very slowly pulling away from the start, having been a boat length away plus more at the 600-meter mark. Madras really pulling it in that last 500 meters, started giving a pickup as they were approaching the 300 meters, and then really trying to close that gap in. Who knows, maybe if it had been a 1K race, maybe it would have been a close gap, maybe it wouldn't have, we wouldn't know.
Quite possible.
Assistant coach for Ladies College right now on the screen. Davina used to row for Ladies College, captain Ladies College a while back. Just as a recap of the scores right now, we have women leading to 14-0. 13-0, sorry, 7 points. And then for the men, we had 14-6, Colombo Rowing Club in the lead for that one.
And to recap, the A single scull men's was won by Madras Boat Club. B scull won by Colombo Rowing Club for 2 points, and A pair also won by Colombo Rowing Club for 8 points. B pair also by Colombo Rowing Club for 4 points.
The crazy thing about regattas at the Colombo Rowing Club is that the spectators will really come out towards the last few races of the day. The scull races are generally the most underwatched, I think. Just on the screen there, we saw Haya after her race. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know if she'll be rowing again today. I don't know that she will necessarily. Let's just look at the crews one more time. So in terms of the girls' crews, we'll see Oneli again on the women's four. From the pair, we'll see Anitra Fernando and Binuri Gunavardhana. And stroking that four, I think we will see Ashenka Sumanapala, who's actually currently, if I'm again could be wrong, either just finished rowing for Bishop's College or still currently rowing for Bishop's College. So real trifecta I mean not even a trifecta, mix in that boat, really again speaking to the testament of what rowing for the club can do. It really brings all these crews together. Tanushka, what is the next race for us today?
So next we have the men's double scull, men's A double scull for 6 points, and followed by the men's B double scull, junior double scull for 4 points.
So for the Colombo Rowing Club, A double scull will have Malik Hassan and Shailong Gunaratna. And for the B double scull, we'll have Shivendra Gunavardhana and Kehan Suryarachi. We saw Kehan row before in the B scull. And then for Madras, for the double scull, A double scull, we'll have Siddharth and Rahul. And for the B double scull, we'll have Jaden and Lokesh. Jaden previously rowed the B double scull also. So, you know, the scullers really meeting the, really coming back to row for the double sculls. For people who might not actually know about rowing, something that people do is the either scull oarsmen and women or the sweep oarsmen and women. So scull oarsmen generally row with 2 oars, or scullers as we call them, and then sweep oarsmen or oarswomen will row with just the 1 oar. Usually in an international context, I think you generally train for one of those type of boats. In Sri Lanka, it's a little bit less, you know, one person will train in more of the boats, but in the national pool, I think it is much more cemented down into what you want to row.
All right, so we basically have 6 more races right here at the Bitter Lake for the 83rd Madras Colombo Regatta. So if anyone's around the Bitter Lake area or in Colombo, please do drop in physically and witness this spectacular event of the rowers from Madras as well as the rowers from Colombo who are engaged in this beautiful race. Beautiful weather here down at Bitter Lake, so I don't believe it'll be gloom anytime soon. So please do drop in. If not, feel free to drop down in the comments section about any questions you all need. And yeah, enjoy.
So we're just going to wait for the next race to come back. We will just stop with the commentary for a little bit, but we will be back. And as, oh, never mind, we have the commentator of all commentators, compeers of all compeers, back in the room. So I think now it's time for me to be quiet. I'll put the mic down. And we are back with the commentary for the 83rd Madras Colombo Regatta. Currently, we are waiting on the men's double sculls to go. The men's A double sculls, to be more specific. For 6 points, we have Madras on the outside course, Colombo Rowing Club on the inside course. Just hearing from the officials, they are currently waiting for the Navy launch, which is essentially like the lifeguard launch. And then they will start 10 minutes after the waves settle down. So they are waiting for a little while, slightly delayed for this race. So B double scull, we have Jaden Moses and Lokesh. A double scull, I apologize. We have Siddharth and Rahul for Madras Boat Club. And for the Colombo Rowing Club, we have Malik Hassan, whose sister previously rode a stroke on the women's double scull. And we have Shailon Gunaratna, who rode the sculls last year for Madras Colombo. So spectators now filling up the Colombo Rowing Club. Boats just aligning on their courses right now. Madras Boat Club starting on the inside course, hoping to drift onto the outside is what I'm thinking. You are outside. Colombo Rowing Club just extending the warm-up, which is why they move past the bush towards the mile. Again, I think they will just continue to warm up for a little bit because they are waiting for the Navy boat. So once the Navy boat does come up, they will, which I'm assuming would have stopped for lunch, actually, the lunch break. So as soon as that comes up, they will restart. So currently the boats are going to continue to warm up past the point that we can see. So it'll be towards the mile once more. So just as a reminder on the score for the men's category, we have Colombo Rowing Club leading with 14 and Madras Boat Club at 6. If Madras does win this, they'll be at 4, or there'll be 14 and 12 for the men's category. For the women's category, CRC so far completely wiping the scoreboard. 13-0 is the score, with 2 more racers in the women's category to go, with the 4s and the sculls. 12 points up for grabs for women, 8 points from the 4 and 4 points from the scull. So even if Madras does win both those races, the women's category will then still be won by CRC. So currently CRC has now clinched the women's trophy. For the men, however, more racers up for grabs. You have the 6 points on this double scull race that's just about to come down. You have another 4 points on the B double scull, so and 8 points on the B4 and 12 points on the A4. 30 points altogether up for grabs. If Madras does manage to clinch all of them, it'll be a big sweep for them. However, if Madras maybe wins the B4 and one of the double sculls, they might be able to win the men's category altogether. So we'll see how it goes. A lot of pressure on the fours and the double sculls now, depending on how this goes. Have to say though, I have seen the Colombo Rowing Club, maybe I am biased, have seen the Colombo Rowing Club boys train. They do look quite strong. So club, the A4 will actually be a set of non-school rowers, so they will be the club's own crew. And I believe the B4 has been plucked straight out of Royal College. So hopefully we will see positive things. Another benefit actually I think of schools rowing for the club is that schools are currently training for their season. So it is much easier for them to come and compete in a regatta in the middle of the season because they are, up to standard. Whereas with club, we do train for very specific regattas rather than throughout the entire year. So on the screen right now, the Madras Boat Club taking their spot in the boathouse. For those of you who are watching and may not have visited the Colombo Rowing Club, boats are seen abundantly. There is boat storage everywhere, oar storage everywhere, as you would expect from a rowing club. Some boats older than us. No, definitely older than us, some boats. But a huge number of schools have updated their fleets. A lot of new boats from all schools, from also universities that row at the rowing club. So the University of Colombo also getting new boats. The University of Morato, I believe, rows at Diyavanna or Bolgoda. They actually, I think, had a fund that gifted them new boats based on their performance over the years. So both double sculls seem to be aligning, which makes me think that the Navy launch might have reached the start. Otherwise, I don't think the launch umpire would have called them to the start.
Again, if you're just tuning in, to the left of your screen is Madras Boat Club in yellow, and to the right in white is Colombo Rowing Club. This is the men's double scull. Senior. Yeah, this is the men's senior double scull race.
I actually don't, I've never actually seen the view from the Lotus Tower. I don't know, because it's so high up, I don't actually know if you'd even be able to watch the racers properly from up there. So both boats realigning, drift still towards bow side, unlike at the start of the day where the drift was towards stroke side. Madras moving very out because of the drift.
I think both boats are under the starters orders at this point. And Colombo Rowing Club objecting, possibly realigning.
Allowing the Madras Boat Club also to realign. If they were to wait, I think in that same position, they would drift far too out. Again, drifting too out, the danger of it is that you do take the extra bend that the lake naturally provides, and if you do, that could add quite a few meters, quite a lot of time to the race that you are rowing. Both crews realigning. Frustrating weather conditions, I think, for the two crews. On the A double scull, we do have Rahul and Siddharth, again, who have been rowing for a long time for Madras Boat Club.
Yeah. Actually, they've been rowing since I have been rowing, which was about 15 years ago, and I think Rahul has been rowing for about 20 years at this point.
Really outing himself here on the Quadrangle in terms of, if you guys haven't met him, you now know that is not a young gun. But on the double scull, we have Malik Hassan and Shailon. Shailon is relatively young. Malik is, I think, now 20 something, I would say it. Now we are back.
The boats are just about to start.
So we can hear the starters' orders. Asking Madras to back her down here. Okay, so they were about to start, asking one of the crews to back her down now. Again.
The wind condition at the start seems to be getting worse by the minute.
That's true.
Both crews finding it hard to
Coming down
lock
also,
down,
headwind is quite difficult rather than going up.
But also, it could be somewhat of a mind game from either party. They are trying to out each other on the start.
That's
and
true,
there's
frustrate
so
each
many
other.
things.
Again, these are the type of tricks that Colombo Rowing Club plays.
And Madras Boat Club also play.
Maybe. I honestly haven't been tricked previously, nor have I seen them trick, but
Right.
maybe the older generation has more experience in it. Dhanushka said something. He said, "These ladies." But now he switched the mic off
No, I
just
feel
to make
like
that
there's a
correct.
clear difference, seems like, between the women's rowing crews and the men's rowing crews.
I do agree.
and
I think for women, in terms, it's not to say that we don't play mind games on the lake or off the lake. We definitely do, but I don't think to the extent that men play. You will also hear, on Cox boats. I think I'm glad that Cox
And the race has begun.
It has.
Both
Colombo Rowing
crews having a
Club.
very high rate.
Yeah, Colombo Rowing Club cutting very in, not really following the buoy line here. Slightly concerning, unless they can correct that course right about now, which they seem to be doing. So Madras with a slower rate than Colombo Rowing Club, but much longer strokes. Colombo Rowing Club have jumped the start. Madras's course relatively not too good, cutting quite in, which means they would have to correct the course and then adjust where they're going.
Yeah, they seem to be aiming straight at the rowing club. Colombo up by one boat length, approaching the 600-meter mark.
Wow, Madras really putting in that legwork there, really trying to make that boat move. Colombo Rowing Club still in the lead, but Madras is trying to catch up, even though at the 500 they are 1.5 boat lengths ahead.
Yeah, Madras is also, it seems like Madras is also picking up the pace.
Yeah, as you can see the difference in that, in those boat lengths, in that gap right there.
And Colombo Rowing Club seems to be up by about a boat length at this point. But you can never say with the camera angles who is up unless
Sure.
you see it from the boat or you see it from the finish line.
Yeah, also both boats looking really lovely in terms of the rate and work ratio. For, again, people who might be new to rowing, coming up your side too fast and not driving through the water could really limit how much the boat moves, but both boats seem to be doing really well. obviously Madras with a wealth of experience at the oars here. Really lovely lock and drive from both crews.
So far, the youngsters of the Colombo Rowing Club seems to be etching ever so slightly.
So we are now pulling away. Again, Colombo Rowing Club crew consists of Malik and Shaylon. Shaylon, I also believe, belong to the junior national pool. Coming towards the end of the race now. This is the stagger that we have right here.
Colombo Rowing Club winning the senior double scull with
the
6 points.
With a total of 6 points. So during the race, people are not allowed to walk across, which is why you see people standing on either side of the stagger. So Colombo Rowing Club still in the lead for the men's category with a total of 20 points, if I'm not wrong. Madras trailing behind with a total of 6. Shaylon and Malik at the bow seat, Shaylon at the stroke seat, just coming in. Would love to see the speed coach and know what the splits were during that race. So that is the men's a double scull just coming in. Proud supporters of the two on the pier. So we will actually follow back to another double scull race after this, which will be the men's B double scull for a total of 4 points. Colombo winning it could take them to 24-6. Madras winning it could take it to 20-10. Malik hugging his old coach here, Mr. Rifat. Anuradha, vice captain of the rowing club, coming to congratulate his crew. Camille Peter, decorated Madras Colombo Cox, also on the screen right now. So Rahul and Siddharth just coming in. Green speed coach on their boat to match the grips of their oars. How cute.
Do you also get speed coaches in different colors?
When I rode for school, because our school colors were red, we did have red speed coaches.
Fantastic. Back when we rode, we didn't
I mean,
have
to be
speed
fair,
coaches at that point.
when I started rowing, we didn't have speed coaches. We had split cards. So the cox would have to time the
Stopwatch and take the
stopwatch.
rates.
And I remember in my first year, we had to study the splits. So
You'll have to memorize the entire
memorize
card.
the card, and then not getting them wrong was an instant punishment. So it was a So just the double scull being taken out on the pier. So this is what crews generally do. They won't go take the boat right back into the lawn just because it is going to be put out again. So boats will be adjusted according to the next crew's settings on the pier itself. They're kept on slings. Just as a reminder, so this is the 83rd Madras Colombo Regatta. Again, the oldest international regatta in the world, the second oldest boat race in the world, one of the oldest inter-club regattas in the world, the oldest boat race being Oxford-Cambridge. But obviously that is a collegiate university regatta. It is not, something like that. It's also really amazing to see that even though rowing is not a very popular sport in Sri Lanka or across the country, that it holds this big prestigious event, which is the second oldest boat race in the world. So again, to thank our sponsors for making this possible. Our platinum sponsors are the Indian CEO Forum, Lanka IOC, and Powertech Cement. Our gold sponsors are Ceylon Bank, Plexus, and Alpha. Silver sponsors, we have Cal, Vida, Ropork, Millennium IT, Bartlett Group, and David Pierce Solar Energy. So both boats now currently sitting on the pier waiting for the men's B double scull. Men's A double scull won by Colombo Rowing Club for a total of 6 points on the inside course, bringing the total of the men's category to 20 for Colombo Rowing Club and 6 for Madras Boat Club. Just as a reminder, the women's category currently leading, being led by Colombo Rowing Club with a total number of points of 13, with Madras Boat Club at 0 currently. The next race will be the men's double scull, the B double scull, with Madras Boat Club on the outside course and Colombo Rowing Club on the inside course. This race will be for a total of 4 points and will be shoved shortly. So for those of you who might be unfamiliar to the Madras Colombo Regatta, it is held it is held annually, but once every other year it will be held in either Colombo or it will be held in Madras. So again, the boat's still on the pier currently. You can see our sponsors on the screen right now. Some previous pictures of our cruise over the years.
Wonderful. So I'm going to pass the mics to Tirun and Yashodhara, and they've done a fantastic job of tracking down the tally of the boat race trophy for the Madras and Colombo.
Thank you, Danushka. And yes, so we did a tally of all the records that we have. So as we know, the regatta has been held for 82 times already, and this is the 83rd regatta. So out of the 82 times, I think in this regatta, the highlight is the boat race. So we were able to track down the records of the boat race, and interestingly, when we did the tally, we were able to find out that Colombo is actually leading in the overall tally for the boat race by winning 44 out of the 82 times. And the Madras Boat Club has won 36 times, but that makes it 80 times. And in 1951 and 1952, it has actually been recorded as dead heat. That means both the clubs have been a draw, I think.
Both boats finished at the same time, so basically if it's a dead heat.
So yeah, for the tallies, that's what we were able to track down when it comes to historical records. So moving on, Danushka, anything you'd like to add to?
Yeah, I mean, clearly it seems like Colombo is leading at 44 and Madras at 36 victories for the boat race. Later on, you'll be able to see the overall trophy, which has quite some height because there are many different bases to it over the years and so many different cruise names etched onto the base of it.
Tashka, do you want to talk about your memories at Madras Colombo? Or do you not just remember any of them? Because they were so long ago.
Well, they were quite some time ago. I was never fortunate enough to row the boat race per se. But the fantastic thing about the Madras Colombo Regatta is that you are forced on the water, but as soon as you get out of the boat, you congratulate the winning crew, you hug each other, you go upstairs and you share a beer with each
Of
other.
course.
And it's very much a friendly match between long-standing rivals. We have lifelong friends built up after this regatta.
I agree. And also the good thing about Madras Colombo is, unlike in school or the Royal Thomian or LCMC, there isn't a time frame in which you can do it. There are lots of people that have taken a long break from rowing and come back and trained really hard and got back into the boat and rowed again many years after they've left school, the school rowing scene. So that's actually a really great thing, is that there is no timeline. As I'm
not
sure
limited
Siddharth,
to-
Rahul
Yeah.
can tell you that they can. You can really just keep coming back to this if you enjoy it so much, which is an amazing thing. Unfortunately, rowing is a very tiring, time-consuming sport. It's not as quick as getting on a.
Definitely a big commitment.
Exactly. It's not as quick as jumping on a treadmill and doing some cardio and then getting in a boat. You have
Yeah.
to practice with your crews. You have to, train on the boats that you're rowing in. You have to be able to get your O levels right, your technique right.
And rowing is also that much more difficult because you get sports that are based on endurance, then you get sports that are based on strength. But rowing here is very much a strength and endurance sport.
I agree. It is. It does take a lot out of you. I think even during training, it is a very exhausting situation. Given that I know the Colombo Rowing Club crew also training 2 sessions a day in the morning before college or class or work, and then training again in the evening. So
But also the training has come a long way from back in the day when we used to row.
I wouldn't say when you used to row.
Is that at one point I remember in 2009 we were doing 14 sessions a week. This
Yeah.
is for our college training, but now the boys are able to get the same level and the same standards of training, but not having to go through so many sessions because
of course, yeah.
the coaches are educated. There are different techniques and different methodologies that is going to give you the same level of success in the water.
Yeah, of course. And what's also really refreshing to see is that the number of coaches that are available actually in Sri Lanka rowing currently is amazing. There's been a huge improvement, a huge interest in the sport. So we have, people coming back to coach the Colombo Rowing Club teams. We have people coming back to coach their school teams, other school teams. So overall, it's been really great. We've just had Colombo Rowing Club shoved from the pier, just doing some exercises on the water before they start their warm-up. So once again, in the men's B double scull, we have Shivendra Gunawardhana and Kehan Suryarachi. Kehan again previously rowed today, and in the B double scull for the Madras Boat Club, we have Jaden Moses, who also previously rowed today on the scull, and Lokesh. So as you can see, the boys have now started their warm-up. Again, a very young crew, still in school, around the ages of 17 to 19, I believe. The Madras Boat Club is currently just shoving off the pier. Both boys just turning around now. One seems to have an injured knee, so I hope that holds up during the race. The bow of the Madras crew. So this is just the shoving point from the pier. So this is essentially the end of your race, but the start of your warm-up. Yeah, no, that's true. We did, I think we spoke about that earlier also in terms of technique. Learning to row is when you do learn to row, it's so important that you get the technique right, because back injuries are more than a few in any crew, I think.
Yeah.
And as Danushka was saying earlier, that nobody heard because his mic was off, even though that was very useful information.
Actually, yeah, no. So we got asked a question about how prone an oarsman is to injure their knee. And so we were just talking about how, I mean, it's of course possible to injure any part of the body because you cross-train in a variety of different ways, but we were just explaining how most of the power comes from the legs because you go up the slide, you coil your body, and then you kick off the slide first. It is only then that you shift your weight from the forward to back with the upper body, and after that is that you use your arms to get that end finish. So most of the power is coming from the legs and the thighs.
Yeah, I agree. And I think anyone who rows can also attest the fact that that last 300 meters of the race, if anything really burns in your body, it's going to be your thighs, it'll be your calves. Lots of times crews will just immediately take their feet off the foot stretcher to stretch their legs out.
Yeah, that's the first thing that we would do.
Anybody
after a tough
does,
race.
yeah, I agree. So Madras just warming up now. I believe in terms of courses, Danushka, what would you?
Madras is on the outside course and Colombo Rowing Club in the inside course. This is the junior men's double scull.
Yeah, even this boat, you can see lovely glide. I think a bit more fit for their weight category, unlike the previous pair that we saw where the boat was much higher up out of the water. So limiting how much you can glide also in the water. Yeah, technically looking good. Yeah, so another question that we got asked, just in terms of body weight and the boat, is also height. So I think especially on double sculls, it's really important that your pair partner is of a similar height to you, just because you're extending both your arms after you come up the slide. And then in order to make sure that you have that same length of a stroke, you need to necessarily have a partner that's similar in height. I don't think it matters so much as to how tall you personally are, maybe on a scull, or how short you personally are on a scull. It just depends on how your body weight ratio kind of works for you, how the boat works for you. It's not to say that rowing is a tall person sport, even though, you know, internationally you definitely will see taller oarsmen and oarswomen.
But also, even if there is a slight mismatch, there are so many settings in a boat that you can set in the blades or the oars that you can set to kind of balance things out, even things out with the pair or even the four.
Yeah. In my experience, I have to say, even though you can adjust, I have seen more successful double sculls being people who are of similar height.
It's definitely favorable if...
absolutely. One of our launch umpires, actually, Lasaru, was on a stellar double scull, also with someone, you know, similar in height, and was just an amazing double scull back then, when he used to row too, in the good old days. But yeah, obviously more height. He is a year older than me. So again, just waiting for the boats to align now. The launch has also left, so the launch is parked at the start, waiting for...
And also the conditions have seemed to improve. The wind is low and the sun is peering from behind some of the buildings, so it's, I assume, a little bit less hotter out there.
Obviously, when the race does start, not at the heat will come creeping through, I'm sure.
And if the launch umpires are listening in by some chance, it will be less hot, I suppose.
So again, just waiting for the boats to align now. So just to remind everyone of the cruise, Dhanushka, do you want to tell us which cruise on the inside and outside courses?
Yes, on the inside is Colombo Rowing Club.
And
the
for
outside is Madras Boat Club.
And for Madras Boat Club, rowing today is Jaden Moses and Lokesh. Jaden previously rowed the B Skull today. And for the Colombo Rowing Club crew on the B Skull, we're going to have Shivendra and Kehan rowing for the Colombo Rowing Club on the inside course. Again, Colombo Rowing Club very lucky with the toss today. Really getting those inside courses for a lot of their races. Unfortunately, they did not win the toss for the A4, which is the highest, the race with the highest points. So,
And also the main event for the evening. You can see the boats lining up, and on to the left of your screen is Madras Boat Club. Colombo Rowing Club in white on to the right of your screen. As you can see, your pelican has just landed.
yeah. Now we have both crews. Madras Colombo aligned a lot towards the outside course. I hope they will realign. I hope they will realign before this. And the race has started. Madras aligning way too much onto the outside, unfortunately. But hopefully they can correct that course. Colombo Rowing Club also cutting a bit towards the inside course.
Both crews cutting onto the opposite sides, and
Yeah,
they definitely have to realign, readjust.
Obviously, if this is a close race, cutting that far out might have cost either crew the race. Colombo Rowing Club really getting those finishers in, that nice strong leg drive, really proportionate rate to the work ratio. Madras Colombo a little bit harder to see.
Seems like Colombo is up by about a canvas length at the 750 mark.
So they would have just finished their start. Usually they do a start and a few hards after. So that's probably what has just finished for them. Madras Colombo slowing the rate down, coming up side a little slower, even though they did start very strong with a very fast rate compared to the rowing club, Colombo Rowing Club at the start. Cutting now towards the inside course,
Yeah,
possibly too much.
We're getting updates from the launch umpire, and they're saying that Colombo is leading by 2 boat lengths.
Yeah.
Madras having to recorrect their course.
But having to do a big cut towards the inside. Maybe later, if you could get a drone shot, we'll be able to see the watermark of the boat and be able to see the kind of course that they took on this race. Colombo now with a comfortable lead of 3 boat lengths by the 300 meter mark. So we're coming to the last 1 to 1.5 minutes of the race. Coming almost at what we call the take home at the 150 mark, which is where you just leave it all out. You know, your rate goes up, the work goes up.
That's a beautiful shot of the Colombo Rowing Club crew.
It is. It looks very good. Slightly digging on the strokes on the bow side, but that's okay. Those are small technical issues that they can work on later. But
Yeah,
overall looks very lovely. Really nice drive.
Good power through the water and good finishers. Madras
So
seems to be
as you
picking
can
up.
see, sorry.
Madras seems to be picking up the rate and the power in the water. Seems
Okay.
a bit too late, but nevertheless, you can actually see a lot more power in that boat on the left now.
Colombo countering that with another pickup at the last 100 meter mark. Madras also with some lovely long strokes.
Yeah.
Must be quite uncomfortable though to row in a boat you are not familiar in, especially on a double scull. Lovely finish by the Colombo Rowing Club here. President of the club captain proudly waiting there at the pier, like like a proud father waiting to bring his crew in. And that is the end of the men's double scull race,
And that was for 4 points. Colombo
bringing
Rowing Club winning, bringing the total
to 24 for Colombo Rowing Club and 6 for Madras Boat Club. Again, women's races, nothing has changed. The women are still leading from the Colombo Rowing Club with 13-0. There are still available 20 points on the 4 and another 4 points on the... No, that's... Oh, I believe men only have 2 more races, so only 20 points. So men have decidedly won the men's trophy. That I don't know, 2026. What are we at? Yeah, we're just calculating right now. So hold on, Colombo Rowing Club now at 24. So if Madras wins both the B4 and the A4, they will be able to win this regatta with a score of 26. However, if Colombo Rowing Club wins one of the 4s, Madras's chances are then gone, unfortunately. The women are now leading, actually, with a total of 13 points. There are only 12 more points left for the women to grab. So the women have, Colombo Rowing Club has already won the women's trophy. Now the men are still fighting for the Deepam trophy. Hi Hassan on the screen right now from the double scull winners, Shavendra. Happy to see big wins. So the next race actually will be the women's scull for a total of 4 points. Boats not on the pier yet, still getting the double sculls in. our sponsors one more time for this regatta. Brought to you by the platinum sponsors, the Indian CEO Forum, who was kind enough also to sponsor last year, I believe, Lanka IOC and Powertech Cement. Our gold sponsors, Salam Bank, Plexus and Alpha. Our silver sponsors, we have Cal, Vida, Rope Walk, which is a lovely boutique hotel down south, Millennium IT, Bartley Group, David Pierce Solar Energy. Also, the Colombo Rowing Club is currently moving towards renewable energy, which is a great reason to get membership at the rowing club if you already haven't. Lovely place. We recommend it entirely, not because we are representing the Colombo Rowing Club here today. The women's sculls have been called out to be put onto the pier by the officials tent here. So hoping to see how that turns out. So we will be taking a little bit of a break. The sculls seem to be taking their time to be put out onto the board, possibly due to the arrival of our invitees, which I don't think will be covered by the camera anchors that we have right now. We are just lake-based currently, not really club-based. So as soon as that is done, we will return to the races. Coming up, we still have the women's scull, followed by the women's 4, the men's B4 and the men's A4. Currently, the women have clinched the women's category, the Ironman Trophy, with 13 points currently. The 2 remaining races only have a total of 12 points, so even if Madras was to win it, they would unfortunately not be able to get the necessary amount of points to win the trophy. The men's category, of course, is slightly a little bit more different. The men currently have around another 20 points up for grabs from the 2 fours. Madras with 6 points, Colombo Rowing Club currently with 20 points. If Madras was to win both fours, that would take the score to then 26-24, allowing Madras Boat Club to win the Deepam Trophy. So we will see how the day progresses. Again, cannot speak for the crews of Madras. I do know, however, that the crews from Colombo Rowing Club are quite strong. I've seen the A4 train. Really great, even at trials. They did beat the B4 quite well. The B4 is currently consisting of schoolboys, so Royal College to be more specific, who also did really well in the trials, have been, training consistently throughout the year, are working towards their main regatta in October. So very fit currently, which is the Royal Thomian, as Danushka wants me to specify. So they are quite fit. They are in the peak of their season. They have been also participating in club regattas. There's been nationals that happened at the Avanna in April. So again, very fit crew there who might be able to win, who might not. We don't know because we haven't seen the Madras boys row the fours yet. So looking forward to those races. Please do stay tuned in, but I don't, the sculls are just shoving, so it might take around another 20 minutes for the races to start. They have not shoved yet, the boats have just been put on the pier. So for the umpire to go, races to start, the drift to align, all of that might take some time. So we will be back at the start of the next race. So unfortunately, the women's scull will be slightly delayed. Madras Boat Club did have a technical difficulty and had to come back into the pier. I believe it was a small problem with either the rigger or the gate. Rowing for Madras is Tulsi. She has rowed for Madras for a number of years. Rowing against her is Rovinia. She is quite young, again. I think between the ages of 17 and 19. She is also belonging to the junior national pool. So big future ahead for her as well. So the women's scull will be for 4 points. As mentioned earlier, Colombo Rowing Club has clinched the women's title with 13 points. There is only, unfortunately, 12 points left again from the regatta. So they have, Colombo Rowing Club has won the Adya Trophy. The women's 4 has another 8 points. With this scull, it'll be 12 points. So if at all, Madras is hoping to avoid a clean sweep and instead close the gap currently, because the women have taken all the points. Last year on the women's single scull, we had Rovinia row last year as well, beating Arya from Madras Boat Club. And then just a reminder, on the men's side, there were 45 points up for grabs. Colombo Rowing Club is now leading 24-6. 20 points left up for grabs in the men's category to claim the Deepam Trophy. That is for the B4 and O. If Madras wins to win both the B and A4, they might win the category. We have the stroke of the women's 4 currently warming up. Tulsi just going up now. Rovinia already at the start as per the start umpire. Tulsi just checking her settings here. I believe she's practicing a start, practicing her first stroke. I think just trying to test the boat out here. She did have some technical difficulties and did have to come back in. Shoved a little while ago. So again, for any spectators out there that are considering coming and watching the boat races, I definitely recommend it. They are the best races of the day. Colombo Rowing Club now slowly filling up, also awaiting those races with the points. So again, just to remind everyone, Tulsi rowing for the Madras Boat Club, and Rovinia, who rowed last year and won last year, rowing for Madras Colombo. This is the 83rd Regatta, being the oldest regatta, international regatta in the world, and the second oldest boat race in the world. So Tulsi just coming up towards the 1,000-yard mark in her warm-up. Rovinia already there, probably warmed up and gone past the mark. Now just waiting for the two boats to align and begin. So Rovinia coming back after a win from last year in this same event, women's scull. Rovinia again junior national Oz woman. So she has already aligned. Colombo Rowing Club will be on the inside course, which is on the right hand of your screen. Madras Boat Club will be on the outside course, left hand side of the screen. Pelican in the way of Rovinia's course, but I'm sure will swiftly move as the race begins. The drift seems to be much better. Boats not really moving to the left or to the right, which is good for the upcoming racers. Given also that the fours will be coxless, so they will be completely responsible for their own course and the way that they align. So Ravinia already aligned and ready. Her course, the way that she has aligned looks quite good. Tulsi now aligning her boat as well on the outside course. Anushka is back from a short technical break. Rovinia's boat slightly turned, possibly not because of the drift, and now just realigning back onto her main course. Rovinia again quite experienced, I think, on the scull. She does compete in this event regularly, not just for Madras Colombo, but she's quite a good sculler overall. Both still seem to be realigning. Both scullers will be competing for a total of 4 points. If the Colombo Rowing Club does win this, taking them to 17 points. And if they win the 4, then taking them to a clean sweep. Once again, if you're joining in, this is the 83rd Madras Colombo Regatta. Again, the oldest international club regatta in the world, the second oldest boat race in the world. Again, the spectators now filling the field, or the lawn rather. Boats aligning. Again, this race was a little delayed to start, just because there was some technical difficulty with the Madras crew. And these things do happen at rowing. You know, pieces of a boat cannot be tightened properly. Some things could break. And the race has started. Rovinia aligned way too in. Hopefully she will correct her course.
Both scullers are quite significantly aligned elsewhere than they should be aligned to.
Rovina, again, a very experienced sculler, so I'm sure she'll be able to correct her course within the first few strokes itself. Seems to me that she has. Thusi's still on the far outside, but looks to be coming down straight on the course that she has selected. Yeah, Thusi is quite fast upside. While the arm power is there, she could be rushing her slide. Madras up half a boat at the 750 currently, but Colombo catching up very slowly, very quickly at the 750.
We're getting updates from the launch umpire, and they're saying that Colombo has caught up to Madras.
Rovina moving slightly back, cutting inside again. Could be the drift, could be the course again that she has picked. But if this is a close race, this could cost her the race itself. However, in terms of strokes, she does have lovely long strokes on the boat, which could be to her benefit. To his rate, slowing down for the midsection. Still quite strong with the pullback with her arms. She is rushing up the slide slightly, which is causing the boat to stagnate slightly, if you can see, as she comes up. Colombo up for about a boat length now at the 400 meter mark.
But still seems to be going off course quite a tad, the inside boat, Colombo Rowing Club.
If she does come down straight here, it could benefit her, just because she'll be close to stagger, but she would have to have a considerable lead. And hopefully she doesn't cut back outside, because that means that she would have taken the entire curve of the lake and wasted or rowed an extra 20-30 meters there. If we could have a drone shot from the top, we might be able to see the watermark from the boat and kind of see the course that they've picked. Colombo Rowing Club still in the lead, but Madras is catching up, really picking it up this last 300 meters now. CRC not seeming to be taking the rate up. Madras coming down straight though.
Still quite a close race.
Still with the long strokes, but she doesn't seem to be taking her rate up quite yet. She might be saving it for that last 150 meters, which she will be coming up to in a few moments. Colombo has now started giving a taker home and started pulling away. What's beautiful about this is that her rate was very consistent. It is the work that she put in the water that changed and got her to pull away. Her rate going up slightly now. As you can see in this video, at the catch, Madras seems to be stopping the boat. Again, could be because they are rushing up the slide. Rovina winning this race for Colombo Rowing Club, adding 4 points to the women's category. A total of 17 to 0 right now. Although Madras did try very hard in that race. Did pick it up, tried to close the gap as much as possible. But Colombo Rowing Club just overpowering at the last 150 meters.
Here you can see a replay of the final part of the race.
Yeah. Again, club captain Pasan at the pier, enthusiastically cheering his crew to victory. If Colombo Rowing Club does manage to win the women's 4, that would be a clean sweep for them in the women's category. Currently they are leading 17-0. They would then get 8 more points, taking them to 25-0 if they were to win. Rovina now coming in. The umpires have just called for the women's fours to be taken out. On the screen right now, you see Rovinia, the sculler for Colombo Rowing Club that just won 4 points for her team. The fours are currently being put out currently. Next, we'll have the men's B4. So for the men's, for the men's B4, we'll have Vimalan, Gopi, Lokesh. Lokesh previously rode in the men's B double scull, and Idikash for the Madras team. For the Colombo Rowing Club team, they will have Tevinu, Saad Ajmal, Niduk, and Jaden, also a team fresh out of Royal College. So again, very fit in terms of this season. Tanushka, do you want to tell us the timings?
Yes, we've got the timings sent to us from the official stand, and let's shall we move backwards from our last event? Yeah, so moving backwards, the last event was the women's scull, and the women's scull was won by Colombo Rowing Club with a 4 minutes and 2 seconds, and the Madras at 4 minutes 11 seconds. Moving back to the men's double scull, the junior double scull won by again Colombo Rowing Club at 3 minutes 11 seconds, and Madras at 3 minutes 19 seconds. Then we go back to the men's senior double scull, which again won by Colombo Rowing Club at 3 minutes 1 second, and shortly followed by Madras Boat Club at 3 minutes 7 seconds. Before that, we had the women's double scull. Again, women's double scull clocking at 3 minutes 52 seconds by Colombo Rowing Club, winning that event there, followed by 3 minutes 57 seconds by Madras Boat Club.
So if you're just tuning in, we are now moving into the men's B4s. Again, this is the 83rd
Seems
So
like
sorry.
we have had a change in the race schedule. So let's. We shall. Seems like the women's 4 is going to be the next event, but let's double check and get back to you all ASAP.
Absolutely. So on the women's team, we have Oneli going as bow. We have Anitra going as 2. We have Binu going as 3 and Ashenka going as stroke. Again, these are coxless boats, so these crews will be responsible for their course, for motivating each other, for coming down straight. On the Madras team, we'll have Niranjana Devi, Sumana, Deepthi and Ritika rowing. Last year for the women's 4, even though the Adya Trophy was won by women in Chennai, the women's Cox 4 was Samyukta, Shamana, Sumana, Niranjana. So Sumana and Niranjana are rowing again this year. They beat Ashwini Binuri, who's also rowing this year, Lehana and Gabby, who is not rowing this year. So they won last year, so it'll be interesting to see if they'll be able to claim back the women's 4, or if Colombo Rowing Club might be able to win this. All strong oars women on both sides of the course. Colombo Rowing Club just shoving now. Again, there is home advantage when it comes to 4s. There are boats that they're used to. It is a course that they are used to, that they have trained in. It is oars that they are used to. So for Madras Colombo, there is obviously home advantage on either side. So going from bow to stroke, for those of you who may not have rowed, from the back of the boat to the front of the boat, we have Oneli, junior pool, rowed for Gateway College, Anitra, previously rowed for Ladies College. Then we have Binuri, previously who rowed for Muses College, and Ashenka Sumanapala, who I believe currently rows for Bishop's College. So again, really proving to the camaraderie of rowing for the Colombo Rowing Club. Is that you get to row in crews that you may not have been able to do while you were rowing in school. So the 4 warming up now, starting with hands only. The boat seems to be moving quite well. It'd be lovely to see them warming up also. So we have a big team of supporters here for our crew, waiting to see them win. And that is the Madras Boat Club women's team. This is the A4, the best of their women's teams. Colombo Rowing Club, seemingly, what a beautiful picture on this lake today. The boat itself moving really well. 4 really strong oars women on this boat. So again, Colombo Rowing Club having a much younger crew compared to the Madras Boat Club. But obviously the Madras Boat Club coming with a number of years of experience. So just as a reminder, the Colombo Rowing Club is currently leading 17-0. If they were to win this, that would bring their race total to 25-0, a clean sweep for the Colombo Rowing Club women's category. They have already clinched the Aryan Trophy. So would be really great to see how this crew turns out. Obviously, Madras Boat Club hoping to, the Adya Trophy. Obviously, the Madras Boat Club hoping not to give them that clean sweep and really fight them to close that gap. Both teams warming up. The Colombo Rowing Club on the inside course, Madras Colombo on the outside course. Again, crews will be responsible for their own course.
If you're just tuning in, we are now watching the women's fours going up to the start. The women's four is worth 8 points, and on the outside course, which would be onto the left side of your screen, would be Madras Boat Club, and to the left of your screen, which is the inside course, would be Colombo Rowing Club.
Spectators on the lawn making Go Banga signs. That would be for Ashenka Sumanapala, the stroke of the four. Danushka just now realizing that
Yes.
Ashenka used to be small, but has now grown up.
Yeah, no, I remember the sisters were rowing at that point.
Yeah, her sisters
and
did
then
row, correct.
she would be little child, sweet as ever, bobbing up and down, and was pretty much the heartthrob of the Colombo Rowing Club because she was so cute. And
Yeah, her sisters, one of her sisters, I think, are actually here to support her today. But yeah, again, Ashenka coming from a very rowing family, same as Haya previously. Her and her brothers also rowed. So it is really a legacy sport. You know, you'll have fathers and sons, brothers, as you know, Danushka, that row.
yes.
Sisters, you know, and sometimes you're lucky enough to row with them at the same time, which is just a really great experience.
Yeah, it's definitely a wonderful sport that really cultivates and inculcates what it means to be part of a team, because you are your four or your pair or whatever your boat is as strong as the weakest person in that boat.
Yeah, I feel like we hear that quite a lot, and I think it's infectious when you're exposed to it as a child, possibly the same way Ashenka has been, where you're like, wow, I do want to get into this, I do want to experience what my father is doing or my brother or my sister is doing. So it's quite easy to kind of like get captivated by the sport itself. It is really such a beautiful thing to watch. We do wish that it was a little bit more spectator friendly at the Colombo Rowing Club. We do wish that people, whereas at Biyavana, you can see the entire race. You can cycle down with them, which is again such a great experience.
But also what is great is that now technology has intervened and has brought us this feed, but also there are many screens at the rowing club, that you can also watch the races happening from all angles. So that it's definitely moving towards being a lot more spectator friendly.
So both fours just aligning now.
I think Colombo Rowing Club crew did a practice start and they went off screen to the right.
The signs are really being made on the lawn currently. Both crews now aligning. Colombo Rowing Club on the inside course, Madras on the outside course. We do have some people returning from Madras from last year. So Niranjana and Sumana also rowed last year and they managed to win. Binuri also rowed last year and has come back to row for the Colombo Rowing Club. So excited to see how this plays out. Both crews aligning, again coxless fours. So hopefully course-wise would be, it might be a little bit more difficult. Again, more difficult to keep course compared to a pair because now you are coordinating 4 people. But hopefully it will move forward. And this coxless four is actually a new thing for Madras Colombo Regattas. We were coxed for a number of years. I think in 2019 when I last competed was a coxed four for both the men and the women, as it was the year before. I think in terms of the Colombo Rowing Club, the new boats that we got in terms of our fleet are coxless, hence forcing the crews to go coxless. I do think that that will, however, change in the future. I think there is talk of getting new coxed fours. So we'll see how it goes. I think crews generally appreciate a cox being around so they can just focus on the rowing rather than the course keeping. And if they lose, there's always someone to blame, which is usually the cox.
Yeah, I think I can definitely agree to that. But also that having a great cox is also vital. You can definitely win or lose a race because of your cox.
I agree. I think my coach used to always say that a cox could make or break a race. Not motivate the crew well enough.
Go off course.
Even the weight of the cox, the way that the cox moves in the cox box, if they do jerk around, it can slow the boat down. So those are all really important things.
So what do you think about both crews? Seems on paper that both crews are evenly poised at this point.
I do agree, but Colombo Rowing Club crew, I don't have a lot of experience knowing on the Madras crew, but the 2 women that did row last year did row against a really strong Colombo Rowing Club crew last year and did seem to win. So they have that experience. They kind of know what to look for. They have rowed Madras Colombo Regattas previously.
So we're getting some news from the launch umpire. There seems to be a significant drift that is delaying the alignment of the boats. You can also see the Colombo Rowing Club boat has drifted significantly to the right of your screen. Oh, and they're off. The race has begun.
Doesn't seem like the start umpire gave them much time. The Colombo Rowing Club cutting out slightly.
Trying to get back onto course.
But seems to be parallel with the buoy line, so seems to have evened out. Madras, very good technically, really clean entries, really clean finishers. Haven't got any kind of update from the umpire yet.
Definitely the boat is getting a good drive.
I agree. Colombo Rowing Club, however, having messier entries, a lot of choppy blades, as you can see from the water splashing. They are, however, strong crews, so maybe it might not be technique or power. It could be both, or it could be one or the other.
But also both the boats seems to be neck and neck at this point, and Colombo Rowing Club seems like they've taken it up a notch.
Again, as you can see the buoy line, and as you can see the way that the boat is heading, not on course, not parallel to the buoy line. I hope again that they do not cut too in and then cut out, because the 4 is a bigger boat, so
Yes.
cutting course can affect it significantly.
Yeah, the distance will definitely add up.
Yes, exactly. It's very different to sharper cuts on a pair, on a double scull. It's much easier for the boat to navigate itself, unlike a 4. Again, technically, Madras really doing well. Really clean strokes here.
Colombo seems to be up by a canvas, length of a canvas. In this case, about 2 meters.
Yeah, around. You can see now that they're close to a boat length and a bit. Again, from the camera angle, we won't be able to tell unless we're right on top. But it seems to be at least a boat length away. The women's team maintaining magnificent courts on for Madras, really coming parallel to the buoy line, but Colombo Rowing Club really winning through with the strength of their stroke. As you can hear in the background, spectators really waiting for this race to come closer to the finish line. Colombo Rowing Club doing really well with that finish. If they were to win this, that would take them to a clean sweep of 25 points.
And we're getting news from the launch umpire. They're saying Colombo Rowing Club is about half a boat length up on Madras Boat Club.
So they are at the 200-meter mark. They're coming to the take-home. Soon
This is
you
the
will see.
final phase of the race.
Yeah, soon you will see them come up the slide a little faster, the same way Madras is doing right now. They've really taken their rate up. They will start taking the work up. Both boats looking beautiful on this drone shot here.
You can see Colombo Rowing Club picking up the rate, powering through.
Really strong force in the water from the Colombo Rowing Club girls team. They are really moving that boat and pulling through. Coming towards the end now, the last 5 strokes of this race with the Colombo Rowing Club winning that for a clean sweep.
And that's Colombo Rowing Club.
Madras trailing a few seconds behind. Although a very good attempt on their part, they were not able to clinch this title. So bringing the women's grand total to 25 points nil. A clean sweep for the Colombo Rowing Club team and winners of the Ironman Trophy.
Yeah,
Adya
congratulations.
Trophy. Thank you. Sorry. So welcome back. As you can see, the Colombo Rowing Club girls team celebrating on the lawn currently. Seems to me that the boats are going to be staying in the water. Colombo Rowing Club has already begun readjusting the boats for the B crew. After that, the boat will be put back in the water and shoved in a little bit. However, we do have some time left for that. Again, this crew is a Royal College crew, so I don't know if you'll be able to see a line of boys in blue t-shirts, which is their crew from Royal College coming to support their own, which is such a lovely thing to see today at the Colombo Rowing Club. So as you can see, the Colombo Rowing Club team is actually very young. So Madras also taking their boat out now, as you can see on the pier. Their coxers, their crews running to adjust the boat. Colombo Rowing Club taking a look at that rudder cord once more. You know, don't want that to be the thing that costs you the race. But unfortunately, that is really how it is sometimes. So we will take a short break because we do have some time till the boats are shoved. Again, just as a reminder, 25 points for the women, winning the women's category for them. Colombo Rowing Club men currently leading with a total of 24 points to 6. 20 points up for grabs, 8 points from the B4, 12 points from the A4. If Madras was to win both, they could completely win the men's category. However, if Colombo Rowing Club just wins even the B4, that would be the end, actually, and they would be able to, I mean, we will obviously still row the boat race because it's the most important race, but it will be the end, and they will be able to clinch the men's category. Something interesting, actually, in a Sri Lankan context, and I'm sure you can agree, Danushka, is that even if you're losing the regatta, winning the boat race can somehow seem like redemption.
Definitely, that is the main event, regardless of it is Madras Colombo or SCMC or the Royal Thomian. Irrespective of what happens, it just seems like, and also feels like, to win the boat race seems like the greatest victory of all.
Yeah. And I think it's almost like if you were to, because there isn't really an age category for these encounters, so if you were to compare it to something more relatable like rugby or, you know, cricket, it would be like your boat race is your first 15 team, that is your main match.
Yeah.
So for people who don't really understand rowing, it's just a case of making it more relatable. I think that's a good way for us to promote it also on a larger scale. And it's really great that we're able to see, you know, drone shots, drone footage of the race, be able to get immediate updates from the launch umpires, from the starting position. So that's really great. And I think it'll really take the spectator aspect of the sport very far, especially at the rowing club particularly.
Very much more entertaining.
Make it much more entertaining. So we will be back once the boats shove. I give it about another 15 minutes. They are still adjusting the boats, so they haven't shoved yet. And we will be back to commentate on the rest of the races. 2 to go. So we just have the Colombo Rowing Club crew shoving off the pier. Again, B4 consisting of royalists. So by the tub, you'll be able to see the entire crew coming here to support them. Royal College looking really good not Royal College, Colombo Rowing Club looking really good from the start of their warm-up. Really moving the boat even just with looking really good from the start of the race itself. Even their warm-up seems to be making the boat glide really well. This is really our favorite kind of footage. We don't get to see this kind of footage at training. The wind has definitely died down. However, on the lake, there is a drift pushing the boat away from the rowing club. So just as a reminder, the boys are currently leading at the Colombo Rowing Club 24-6. If Madras wins this, they still have a chance of winning the Deepam Trophy. If they do not, Colombo Rowing Club does win it, Colombo Rowing Club would have then officially won the Deepam Trophy. They would not be able to win just by the boat race alone after that. However, winning the boat race is a major milestone and one of the most important races. So I'm sure that either way, Madras will be looking to get some points for their team. Madras also looking really good on that warm-up itself. That was not even the warm-up, that was in fact just to turn the boat, which they are just doing right now. So Madras also a relatively young crew, not as junior as the CRC crew, but the lawn is now full of spectators awaiting these last two final and very important races. Madras possibly starting with a start for their warm-up. So for those of you who have not watched rowing before or may not quite understand how a race works, a race is broken down into multiple sections. The first is a start, so they're usually consisting of quick, fast, hard strokes just to get the boat moving, to be able to jump your opponent at the start. Sometimes crews may opt to follow the start with maybe 10 more hard strokes. And after that, they'll move into what is called the midsection. So the midsection is relatively not as strong, not as fast as the start. You're still putting in the legwork, you're still kicking back really hard. You might slow your rate down to allow the boat to glide a little bit more while your oars out of the water. Some crews may, at the halfway point, if it is a close race, they might opt to do more hards. If it's a Cox boat, it's really up to the Cox's decision. Then they might give you maybe 10 hards, 5 hards, and more. And then after that, you have the 300-meter mark. So this is where you take it up slightly a little bit more as you're getting to the taker home. So the taker home is literally where you leave everything out there. Your rate becomes faster, your work becomes faster. Any bit of energy that you have left, you put it all into that last 150 meters. At the Colombo Rowing Club, we have this big bow tree or temple tree that is kind of our marker for, okay, this is where I need to go hard and fast, really. So both crews on their way up currently.
Is that from you?
From the chair, not specifically from.
Rowing Club is not going to be happy with that. Apologies for that. We did have some technical difficulties with the chairs that Danushka has decided to use for today. So again, just a look at the Colombo Rowing Club, made in 1864. What a heritage it carries, what a generation of oarsmen and oarswomen here. And all really following the same kind of routine, the training, the racing. The 83rd Madras Colombo being the oldest international regatta in the world, which is such an amazing thing for countries such as us to witness. So currently we are waiting on the men's B4. Both fours have currently shoved off the pier and are now warming up. The Colombo Rowing Club crew has already got to the starting position and they're just waiting on the Madras Boat Club to finish their warm-up. Currently the men for the category are leading 24-6. There are 8 points up for grabs from this race and 12 points to follow after the boat race. As you can see, Madras Colombo brings out, any kind of spectators. You have coaches, you have schoolgirls, schoolboys, families, past oarsmen and women. It really is such an amazing regatta. The boats are now currently aligning. Shockingly, I believe, so the Madras Boat Club will be on the outside. They are meant to be on the outside course. Just confirming, because that doesn't seem to be how it's planning out, but we will confirm with the officials and come back to you. So apologies everyone, the courses are currently correct. Madras is on the outside, the inside course. Colombo Rowing Club is on the inside course. I'm sure that Madras won the toss. I think they would have selected inside. They definitely didn't win the toss for the boat race.
Yeah, I feel like we might have had the stats mixed up. So what you're currently seeing is Madras on the right side of your screen, which is the inside course, and on to the left is Colombo Rowing Club in white.
And for people who are not familiar with rowing at the Bere, rowing on the inside course does have a lot of advantages. Not a lot, yeah, there is. I mean, honestly, for any oarsman and oarswoman, it really is just like ingrained in your brain, so you believe it a lot more. One is at the finish, it is closer to the stagger, so if it is a close race, it might be that it'll work in your favor, just because you might have a slight advantage in terms of a shorter course. The other is on the outside course, there is a lot of water past the buoy line. So it's very easy for crews to kind of take that bend or draw a much larger area than coming down on a straight course. So because of that, people don't really tend to go on the inside. Usually when we do row at training, we will warm up, we'll go up on the outside course, and when we will row down on the inside course. Again, seems to be a big drift at the 1,000 yard. Which is probably why the teams seem to be aligning and realigning.
Yeah, the starter has already ordered them to realign the boats and come up together to the start.
Yeah, happy to see other oarsmen listening to us and telling us that outside course isn't actually all that bad.
It's not. I mean, I suppose for a 1,000 yard race, it doesn't affect as much.
I agree.
Maybe a
yeah.
little more for a 1,000 meter race, but then again, it just feels more familiar to be on the inside course, because this is how we always row. We go up on the outside and then we come down.
Correct. And also I feel like it just depends also on the type of crew you're rowing in. If you're strong enough crew that can come down straight on any course, then whichever course you're on really does not matter. If you're strong enough cocks, it won't really bother you again. But I remember for me, winning the toss was like one step closer to winning the race. So I don't know, maybe it is just so ingrained in your brain that, yeah, it's a mental thing, possibly. So again, one more time, the boats are realigning. Big drift, big winds at the 1,000 yard mark. It's not so bad at the pier as it was in the afternoon. But we had this problem previously also with the women's four. There was a big drift and it did take some time to start. So this is also for 8 points. Strong crew, most of them again currently rowing for Royal College. I don't know if this is a 4 that rows at Royal College, possibly that it is, but a very young crew, but very strong in the end. Again, drifting one more time, Colombo Rowing Club raising their hand to realign.
The starters and the launch umpire today are Peter and
Lasaru.
Lasaru
Previously rowed for Royal College, and then was actually the first cox, I believe, to win both the men's and women's boat races.
Ah, right.
Which for Madras Colombo.
Right.
Peter also rode St. Thomas College. Coxed also. Lasru didn't actually cox in school. I don't think he was an oarsman. So the fours are realigning. Hopefully they are a line that the starting umpire can start them off. Otherwise, the drift will take them further away from the buoy line. There seems to be a hand up from Colombo Rowing Club. If this is a 4 from Royal College, they might find it quite difficult to row without a cox, given that there are they are used to having someone fix this for them.
And they are off.
And here we go. Madras, not aligned ideally, would need to fix their course immediately. The umpire and the launch will probably tell them that they will need to correct that course, which I think they are doing slightly. So we're waiting for the updates from the launch itself. Okay, Madras doing a big cut towards the outside. Probably added a few meters. CRC jumping the start.
It got ahead at the start itself.
I agree. I think this crew generally, from the training that I have seen, they do have very strong starts. We also did see it in the warm-up earlier. Both crews really strong in the water. Madras having a very short, very quick rate, coming upside quite fast. Royal College really taking advantage of the length that they have. Sorry, I'm so sorry. CRC, Colombo Rowing Club, taking advantage of the length that they have on this boat. Okay, Madras has just picked up, catching up to Colombo Rowing Club. However, they were up by a canvas around the 800. As you can see from the drone shot, not a big gap between the two.
Not a big gap at all, and Colombo seems to have picked up the rate and workload by the looks of it. Seems like they're inching ahead.
Correct. Colombo now has picked up. They are at the 500 meter mark or just passing the 500 meter mark.
Looks a bit like a length and a half at this point. Colombo leading. Colombo leading on the outside, or the outside course
technically,
is to the left side of your screen?
Correct. Sorry, Danushka. Technically, on a technical note, Colombo Rowing Club looking much better on the boat in terms of their oars, entries, exits, compared to Madras Colombo. Just on a technicality side, the oars really aren't squaring and feathering at the same time. They aren't entering really at the same time. Could have impacted the race slightly, given that it's not a big gap.
Yeah, that and also probably the course at the start, they were misaligned.
Exactly. They would have rode that extra few races.
And at this point, it feels like 2.5 boat lengths.
They are now at the take-home. The last few meters of the race. Royal College coming up to the last 10 strokes of the race now.
The final phase of the race, and Colombo seems to be picking it up even more.
I'm so sorry. Colombo Rowing Club coming to the last few. Look at these spectators just waiting to see their teams win. Colombo Rowing Club doing really well on those last few strokes. A bit. We have our club captain and our club vice captain sharing cute little hug to celebrate winning the Deepam Trophy in the men's category. If they do win the A4, that would be a clean sweep. Oh, sorry, you're right. Madras is still still win the scull. So
Madras won the senior scull at 6 points.
And we are now at 32 points for Colombo Rowing Club.
And Madras Boat Club at 6. We've just got the timings for... Oh, wow. So the Junior 4, the men's Junior 4 that you just witnessed, won by Colombo Rowing Club with a timing of 2 minutes and 59 seconds. And followed by Madras Boat Club at 3 minutes 4 seconds.
Really very good timing on the boys' part. I'm not entirely too sure what the record is actually for 1,000 yards. 240, was it 240 something? I'm also not sure, but if there are any old boys listening, please do let us know, because that seems like a really great time for this team. But yeah, I remember a few years ago, I feel like the record was 252 or 255.
Right.
Early years when I started, so maybe 15, 16 years ago. I could be wrong, but anyway, this 4 did look really good on the race. They did take those last 2 strokes rather lightly compared to the rest of the race, but confident in their win, as they should be.
The crew's getting ready for the main event of the evening, rigging their boats.
So
Straight
they are
over
now, sorry, Danshu, they are now readjusting for the A4, the coveted boat race, for a whole 12 points. Honestly, the most important event. Madras did a really good job. Who knows, maybe if that course hadn't gone off, they would have had more confidence to, much closer and more confident, I think, at the start to keep going. But we will see as the A4 goes on. We're excited to see how it is. So we will be back when the A4 shoves to talk about the crews, to talk about who they are. Welcome back to the 83rd Madras Colombo Regatta. The final race for the day is the men's boat race. It is the second oldest boat race in the world, the oldest boat race in Asia, so a really amazing thing to experience here at the rowing club today. In terms of crews, we will have the Madras crew on the inside and the Colombo Rowing Club crew on the outside. They did lose the toss. For the Madras crew, we do have a number of veterans who have rowed multiple years and rowed multiple regattas for Madras Boat Club. So for the four, we have Rahul, Siddharth, Rohit and Tushar. And for the Colombo Rowing Club crew, we will have Arjun Vikramanayaka, Shailan, Rishem Pereira and Malik Hassan. So the Madras crew already in their boat, ready to shove. As you can see, the Japan Jabra has come inland. Hopefully it doesn't block the end of the race. This will be a 1,000-yard race, just like the remaining races. In terms of scores, Colombo Rowing Club is leading. In fact, they have won the Deepan Trophy right now, but obviously the boat race is one of the most important races. They are currently at 32-6. Colombo Rowing Club has won the women's category with a clean sweep, gaining all 25 points. They have won the Adya Trophy last year for the boat race. It was won by the Colombo Rowing Club. So similar to this crew, Arjun rowed last year, Malik Hassan rowed last year. Disas, who is not rowing this year, Sajin also rowed last year with Pasan Coxing. Last year was a Coxed 4 event because it was in Madras. However, now due to the boats that are available at the Colombo Rowing Club, it is Coxless. So Rohit did row last year as well. So it'd be interesting to see how this race plays out. The Colombo Rowing Club team just stepping into their boat, ready to shove. At bow, we have Arjun, who sculled also last year. This year only rowing the 4. Madras starting with their warm-up. For Colombo Rowing Club, Malik Hassan, whose sister rowed previously in the double scull, is stroking the 4. Malik also rowed last year with Arjun. In terms of differences from last year's 4 and this year's 4 is the engine room, our middle 2 seats, where we do have 2 younger oarsmen, also part of the junior national pool. So we have Shailon at the 2 seat, Rishen at the 3 seat, Malik stroking the 4. Both crews really pumped up for this race. Again, one of the most important races, of actually the most important race in this regatta. This is for a total of 12 points. That is why I think everyone finds it also very important because it's very valued. Unfortunately for Madras Boat Club, they have lost the Deepan Trophy, but they could redeem themselves by winning the boat race. Again, hopefully the weight category is right for Madras. The boat does seem to be dipping in a little bit at the catch. If the crew is too heavy for the boat, that could also slow the boat down. So it looks like the boys are just starting to warm up here, starting with hands only. Looking good in terms of balance, O-levels. If you look good doing hands only, you know that your technique will be good during a full stroke. Madras seeming to do a start for the warm-up here.
So let's dive into some stats while we watch the boats warm up. So this, if you're just tuning in, this is the boat race. This is the last race for the day and also the main event. The boat race, this is the 83rd Madras Colombo.
Yes, correct.
And so far, the boat race has been rowed 82 times. And the current tally, CRC, Colombo Rowing Club, is at 44. And Madras Boat Club, MBC, is at 36. And there has also been 2 dead heats. One in 1950 and one in 1951. Those are the stats that we've got. A dead heat is basically an undecided winner when both boats finish at the same time.
Also at that time we wouldn't have had the technology obviously that we do have now. We
Exactly.
can we have been videoing if you watch the previous races, you will see that we have been videoing the finish of every race. So we'd be able to see finishers first, even if it is a very close race, thanks to the
Exactly.
technology that we have
Yeah.
now.
And also the dead heats, if you look at it, it's again at 1950 and 1951.
Exactly. So Colombo Rowing Club really looking to win this for the team. They did win it last year, even though they failed to bring back the trophy. They did win the boat race, so it'll be really exciting to see how this happens. Right now, if you're looking at the lake, we don't, as you can see, the lake kind of cuts to the right-hand side. We don't really row on that side of the lake. That is the mile
That's
stretch.
the mile stretch.
However, just again now because of the kind of construction that's been going on in that part of the lake, there is a lot of underwater barges. There's a lot of underwater sediment that we can't see, which can be damaging to boats. I myself have experienced, a fin being completely sliced off trying to row to the mile because of the underwater barges.
Yeah, a lot can go wrong if you don't know the course.
Seems like that was an interesting conversation happening on the lawn there. I would have loved to hear what that was. The facial expressions were really expressive. So Madras going to the start first. I do have this superstition in my head. My crew always had to shove first.
Right.
Because my superstition is that whichever crew
That gets to the
start
start
first has a
Okay.
better chance of winning. Obviously not true. That has not always happened. But it just does make me feel a little bit better before race. Winning the toss, inside course, getting the start first. It makes me feel more prepared because at least then you're waiting on the other crew rather than you rushing to get there, knowing that a crew is waiting there for you. So hopefully Madras will not actually align first, given the drift at the 1,000-yard.
And hopefully they also don't know about your...
Hopefully they don't. Hopefully they do not.
But yeah, funnily, I was just having a walk around and I had a chat with both the crews, the rest of the crews rather, who was left on pier. And both the crews seems to think that it is going to be a very tough race. Madras thinks it's going to be an extremely tough race for them, but then so does Colombo Rowing Club. So having said that, maybe this is going to be the most evenly poised race that we have this evening, and seems like it's all in from both crews, because this is after all the coveted boat race trophy.
Of course. And it's also a little bit I think, more exciting to watch when both crews don't feel like one is definitely going to win. It makes it a much more interesting race to watch. Anyway, we did have the B4s. Colombo Rowing Club did win that and got an impressive timing of 2:59 for the 1,000-yard race, despite the heavy drift.
It seems like the conditions have got better over the last
I would agree, yeah.
half hour or so. So maybe the timings can even improve further. Plus, these are the A crews, or the A lot of both crews. So we can definitely expect the timings to be better.
We do want better conditions, obviously, for the boat race. If you've been watching the regatta from the start, you would have seen the drift change from one direction to the other. It's so nice to see little kids here coming to enjoy the rowing club.
Getting the feel of being in a regatta for
Exactly.
their
Who said
many
it
future
wasn't?
regattas to come.
Exactly. Who said it wasn't spectator friendly? A number past Oz women and men on the lawn to watch this race. Not with any invested interest, particularly in the cruise, but just because of the interest in the race itself. You might not be able to see us, but Danshu just lifted his hand there in the box there. He is waving at you. This is the newly constructed part of the Colombo Rowing Club. We're in the gym, actually, but on top of us, we do now have an AC lounge. We do have a fine dining area named after the year the club itself was founded. The kitchen itself has been expanded, so the Colombo Rowing Club proving to be a really great place for anyone looking to get membership here. The facilities, especially if you are interested in rowing, it's a great place to learn to row. It's a great place to compete to row, but it's also just a great place to bring your family, have Sunday lunch, bring your friends. Overall, couldn't recommend it more. I'm
We're
sure
getting updates from the launch umpire. Madras is already at the start, and Colombo Rowing Club is just past the 500 mark.
Unfortunately, Madras seems to have aligned, drifting slightly towards the buoy line. The only struggle is that if they start the race quite quickly, then they will not have time to realign themselves. The starting umpire might actually end up doing that just in order to make sure that the race starts on time, also to avoid having boats to keep realigning. So Madras won the toss for this, which is actually three of the tosses that they did win. Colombo Rowing Club did win most of the tosses and were on the inside course, except for the most important race. Colombo Rowing Club now going past the 1,000-yard mark, close to the K mark, where they will now turn. For those of you again who don't know, the 1,000-yard is generally rowed for Madras Colombo, because even Madras only does have a 1,000-yard stretch. They don't have a 1K stretch. I agree. For the 1,000, it's a little bit harder to view the start of the race. There is a smaller pocket. The inside course does come in quite a bit in a 1,000-meter race. However, LCMC is still rowed as a 1,000-meter race, unlike the Royal Thomian or Madras Colombo. Both boats now seem to be realigning and coming up to the start.
Once again, just to go through the tally, this is the boat race, and CRC has won this 44 times before, and Madras Boat Club 36 times. And 2 of them have been dead heat, so that's 82 right there. This is the 83rd boat race.
And for anyone who didn't hear previously, this is actually the second oldest boat race in the world. Again, what an amazing thing for a small island such as our own, who doesn't have a very popular rowing community across the country. But what a great achievement for us to be able to host this 83rd regatta. The oldest boat race being Oxford-Cambridge, which is a much longer race. Boats seem to be aligning. The bow of the boat that we heard from earlier today, ready to win this race. I think he is.
Tushar is in that 4 in the inside course, which is to your screen right, Madras Boat Club. Tushar earlier here was commentating as well.
Neither of the boats have come up, as you can see. Neither seem exactly ready to start. The oars are not buried. The oars keep moving. Outside, drifting a lot more compared to the inside course.
We are getting an update on the conditions from the launch umpire. Seems like there is a slight drift towards the outside course, which is to the left of your screen. The boats are now under starters orders and aligning now.
Also, another thing that we can see is the reason that Madras didn't drift as much was because they have started
off.
Strong
Madras
starts
been a
coming.
little bit choppy in the start, and they're coming down extremely
So
fast at
not
this point.
following the buoy line, which is what Tushar said he would do when we spoke to him earlier today, but seems to be correcting his course and going parallel to the buoy line. Strong at the start. Madras seems to have got the rhythm back a little bit, not as choppy now. Colombo Rowing Club jumping the start, moving forward. Unfortunately, looks like Madras has crossed the buoy line and has gone into the outside course. Arjun, the bow, really pushing in the work from the back, trying to motivate his crew here. They seem to be coming down straight. Colombo Rowing Club could be cutting a little bit inside. As you can see, the boat is slightly angled compared to the buoy line, but strong strokes coming in from the Colombo Rowing Club.
And if you're just tuning in, this is the final event of the day, the boat race, Madras Colombo, the 83rd boat race. Colombo leading and Madras picking up the pace at the moment.
So they are now approaching the halfway point. They're at the 500-meter mark. Actually, it's not the halfway point because that's for the 1,000-meter, but they are coming closer to the halfway point. Just moving past the canal now, moving towards the greenhouse, which will be the last 300 meters of the race. Colombo Rowing Club not slowing down.
You can see Colombo Rowing Club taking off.
Very significant lead, as you can see from the drone shot. Colombo Rowing Club rate has been
from the Madras crew at this point.
Madras cutting a little bit towards outside, as you can see from the watermark that the boat has left. Colombo Rowing Club coming straight down. Again, they have not slowed down. Their rate has been pretty consistent from the start. Their work has been really powering in.
Yeah, seems like it's been up and up and up and up.
Exactly. I don't think they even tried for the midsection. Now, however, they do seem to be slowing down a little bit more. Arjun still pushing in that work from the back. Malik really pushing his 4 to get these 12 points. I do think they want that sweep of a win. They do want those boat lengths, which is why they haven't slowed down.
Seems like they're trying to go for a record.
It does look like it. It does look like it. We won't know the timings until we hear from the officials' tent. Pasan standing right in front of the stagger. He's just happy that his crew won. What a great feat for him as a captain of the rowing club, winning both the men's and women's categories. Madras coming in about 2 to 3 boat lengths, I would say, behind.
Maybe even 4 at this point, I feel like.
That was a few seconds in between. Amazing feat for the Colombo Rowing Club. Crew consisting of Arjun, Shailon, Malik. Arjun being the bow of the boat, really pushed his crew there to go the extra mile. We will come back with the timings for this crew, but
we have just got the timings. Colombo Rowing Club winning the boat race at 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and Madras following with 3 minutes 5 seconds. That's a pretty good timing for this
What?
time. with
Yeah,
these
very
conditions.
amazing. 250 is usually what you would expect on very calm conditions. So
Yeah.
really is a testament to the strength of the crew.
So then
Uh,
Madras Boat Club at 6 points and Colombo Rowing Club winning the overall at 44 points. Congratulations, Colombo Rowing Club. You can see the winning crew being embraced by the spectators and all Colombo Rowing Club fans. Well, that concludes the races for this evening. Please join us for the presentation shortly.
To Mr. Narendra, the President of Madras Sport Club, Mr. Ravi, Captain of the Madras Sport Club, we are more than pleased to have you on home ground. To the Madras Sport Club team, I extend to you a very warm welcome. The friendship that past generations have built on has cemented the very close ties between our two very special institutions and nurtured the spirit of this regatta. It is now in your hands, that of the Colombo Rowing Club team, to build these friendships for the future of our club, of this regatta between our two generations. I would like to thank our main sponsors, Lanka IOC, Powertech Cement, together with the Indian CEO Forum. Our other sponsors, Ceylon Bank, Alpha Industries, Plexus Global, Capital Alliance, Barclays Group, Millennium IT, Setmill Group, Vida Pharmaceuticals, and Colombo Fort Hotel in supporting us making this regatta an absolute success. I would also like to thank my committee, the regatta officials, regatta organizers, CRC staff, and boat boys for their untiring efforts in making this regatta successful. Finally, it is my great honor to call upon our chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Santosh Jha, to say a few words this evening. Thank you.
Good evening. Mr. Alan President of the Mr. G. Narendra, President of the other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, is it okay? Very good evening to all of you. I must first extend my congratulations to the winning team. The fact that the Colombo has won, I think I can blame it on myself. The last time Sri Lanka won a test series, I was in cricket in Sri Lanka. That's a long time ago, 15 years ago, 15 years ago. But it's really good to sport to have a winner at the end of it all, but it's the spirit and the passion with which it's played is much more important. And I'm really glad that I'm today here celebrating one of the oldest traditions between our two countries. And when we talk about oldest, in our case it's 5,000 years ago, but even by that reckoning, the modern remnants of those connects, this is one of the most important ones. To be here, this is the 82nd, as I see from the poster, yeah. I saw in the invitation it was 83rd. So the fact that it all started in 1898, it's really great to be associated with something like that. Anybody and everybody who has kept it going, supported it, including the sponsors, the members of the staff from Madras, the contingent that has come, I'd like to thank them. It is, you know, the oldest sporting event, you know, that itself is a crown between two countries. That's an absolute, you know, remarkable thing to celebrate. Connections between India and Sri Lanka are this Madras Colombo it has many facets beyond just the regatta that we are witnessing today. One of the things that we are working to revive is the connection between Madras and Colombo that existed on the railway network, using the ferry between Dhanushkodi and Talaimana. That is something yet to be achieved, and we are working towards that. If you look at some of the other things we are doing, is also bringing that connect back, the land bridge that we are seeking to build between India and Sri Lanka will once again revive the natural connection that exists. We are looking at many other things, and there are other connectivities that we are promoting, whether it is on the air side or the maritime side. So I'm really glad that we are celebrating this. We are today at a point when we can easily say our relations are better than ever before, and it should be that way, and that it should keep the upward trajectory and become even steeper in that trajectory upwards. So I'm really happy to be here. Once again, thank you for the invite. Thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to the two, the protagonists of this entire episode. You win and lose in sport. Nothing, no shame in doing that. Playing with passion and spirit is more important. And I think this basically tells us of the great camaraderie, the natural camaraderie that exists between our two countries. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now invite the President of the Madras Sport Club, Mr. Narendra, to address the gathering.
Chief guest of the evening, His Excellency, the Indian High Commissioner, the President, Managing Committee of CRC, members of CRC, invitees, and all our young persons, host persons. Good evening to you. I don't see much cheer in the face of the Sri Lankan team. Why? Yeah, that's nice. That laughter should be there for some time. On behalf of the NBC, thanks to our gracious hosts for being what they are. Gracious always. We've had fond memories even in Chennai when I said I'm coming here. They said, just don't worry. CRC, excellent hosts. Just go relax and come back. In fact, I'm very relaxed. This Madras Colombo Regatta by itself is a very important event in our calendar, whether it is for CRC or for NBC. I am happy to be a part of that 83rd edition of this. As has been mentioned earlier, and will continue to be mentioned in the years to come, this is the longest rowing regatta between two countries. And I'm going to add something. The second longest inter-club regatta in the world. So we can never tire ourselves repeating it again and again. We all need to be extremely proud that this spirit of friendship keeps going on and on. To the sponsors of this event, my heartfelt thanks. To each and every one of you, you have been a pillar of support for the sport of rowing. Please continue. I commenced rowing long ago, mid-80s. I love the sport of rowing. I continue to row till today, and it's kept me active, mind and body. I can vouch for that. All of you youngsters, please continue the sport as much as you can. To the participating teams of today, each of you in your own way have got a taste of winning and losing. Well, that's part of the game. We have to take both in our stride. The spirit of sportsmanship and friendship you make today for many of you will last a lifetime, and with time you will understand the significance of this. Probably our Captain Ravi here will vouch for the significance of how the friendship has lasted over the last 4 decades. He is probably known to more people in this club, probably young, old, everybody. That is a testament to the kind of camaraderie which both clubs enjoy. And to the students, again to the younger host persons, please continue the sport of rowing as much as you can. There will be times when your aim in life might be a little different. That's okay. You might take a small break, but come back to it. And for those of you who will not be able to continue the sport of rowing, please support it for all you can. It has made you what you are today. Carry the winning of today proudly on your shoulders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And without further ado, I'd like to begin the award ceremony. To give out the first set of awards for men's B scull, I'd like to invite Mr. Gaurav Mehta to the stage. Mr. Gaurav Mehta of Power Tech Cement to give out the award for men's B scull. Could we please have from the Colombo Rowing Club, Kehan to give out the men's A Skull Award, can I please have Mr. Prakash, President of the Indian CEO Forum? From the Madras Boat Club, can I please have Rahul Baliga to come and accept his award? To give out the award for Women's Scout, can I please have Mr. Deepa Das from Lanka IOC? From Colombo Rowing Club, could Rovina Vijay Sekar please come out and accept her award? Give out the awards for men's B double scull, could I please have Mr. Kishore Reddy, President of the Sri Lanka India Society and Vice President of the Indian CEO Forum. To accept the award for men's B double scull, could I please invite Shivendra Gunawardana and Kehan Suryarashi from Colombo Rowing Club to accept the award. To give out the award for Men's A Double Sculls, could I please invite Mr. Malik Aziz, Secretary of the Colombo Rowing Club. Men's A Double Scull won by Colombo Rowing Club, Malik Hassan and Shane Abdullah. For women's double scull, could I please invite Mr. Ravinder, captain of the Madras Boat Club. From Colombo Rowing Club, could I please invite Unani Chandrasekhar and Haya Hassan to collect the award. From men's B pair and women's pair, could I please invite Mr. Narendra, President of the Madras Boat Club. Men's B pair, won by Colombo Rowing Club, Jaden Jayasekara and Hamza. From Colombo Rowing Club, Anita Fernando and Vidri Gunawardana. Now give out the men's A pair and the B4. Can I please invite Mr. Nalin Samra Vikrama, President of the Colombo Rowing Club. For the men's A pair from Colombo Rowing Club, can I please invite Saad Ajmal and Tevindu Polage to accept the award. On stage. For the B4, can I please have from the Colombo Rowing Club once again, Venika Polage, Saad Ajmal, Nidu Bakolachi and Jaden Jayasekar to accept the award. Award for Women's Boat Race, can I please invite His Excellency Mr. Santosh Jha, High Commissioner of India. So, for the Women's Boat Race from the Colombo Rowing Club, can I please invite Onil Chandrasekhara, Anitra Fernando, and Ashish. Thank sir. Now may I please invite you to present the trophy for the women's boat race for the 83rd Madras Colombo Regatta. Can I please have Colombo Rowing Clubs, Arjun Vikramanayaka, Shelong Gunarathan, Rishem Pereira and Malika. Now to present the award for the boat race at the 83rd Madras Colombo Rowing Club. To give the women's overall trophy, could I please invite a representative from the Colombo Rowing Club for the women's overall trophy, please. The women winning with a clean sweep, gaining all 25 points up for grabs, all 4 racers today. And for the last award, could I please invite a representative from the Colombo Rowing Club for the men's overall category, winning 44-6, winning 7 of the 8 races today.
Thank you, everyone. Can I have the attention of the Madras team, the Madras crew, and the CRC crew?
Sorry, excuse me,
Thanks, Kushal. Thank you.
Water time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll keep this quick. It is my honor to stand before you today. First and foremost, I want to extend our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed guests and brothers and sisters from the Madras Boat Club, led by President Ravindra and Captain of Boats, Mr. Ravindra. Thank you so much for traveling all this way to continue this long-standing tradition between our two institutions. Your presence means the world to us at the Colombo Rowing Club, and we are deeply grateful for having you here. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our chief guest this evening, His Excellency Mrs. Santosh Jha, High Commissioner to Sri Lanka from India. Thank you for being here, sir. It is an honor. Our sponsors, of course, deserve a special recognition, generous support, without whom this event would not be a success. The coalition that made everything happen from 2022 and this year, and I hope for the years to follow. The Indian CEO Forum, led by Mr. Prakash, President of the India CEO Forum, Mr. Kishore Reddy, Vice President, and Mr. Deepak Das, Managing Director of Lanka IOC, Mr. Gaurav Mehta, Managing Director of Powertech and VSC Cement. Thank you for coming in to help us and make this event such a success. A big thank you to CEO David Higoda, Plexus Global, Mr. Ramesh Jayasekara, and Mr. Asri Aberatna of Ceylon Bank, Mr. Priyanshit Veerasurya, and Mr. Shafraz Karim of Alpha Industries, David Pearis Energy, Mr. Ishaq Vijay Singh, Managing Director of Barclay Group of Companies, Mr. Ajit Fernando, Director of Capital Alliance Group, Mr. Devin Ambalangodage, Managing Director for Vida Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Arjun Hettiarchi from Setmil Group, and Mr. Asri Akbar Ali from Akbar Brothers. Your generosity has made this regatta possible. Thank you very much. Thank you to our vendors for the evening, S2 Entertainment, Quadrangle Media, Colombo City Hotel for housing our guests, Voicing, and Fort Resorts and Roper for your support and services. I now wish to thank my executive committee led by Mr. Nani Samaravikrama, Mr. Taras Shams, Mr. Malik Aziz, Mr. Rushant Silva, Mr. Uli Singh, Mr. Datika Vikramanayaka, and Mr. Dimuk Gunawardana for their tireless work and support in helping me run this regatta. A big thank you to the athletes on both sides. Can we have a round of applause for the athletes of MSC and CRC? Your hard work and dedication to rowing has given us a splendid regatta. A special thank you to my CRC crew. It has been incredible to watch you guys grow into the athletes you are today. Amazing work, amazing athletes. A big thank you to our coaches, Kevin Peter and Pratap Pereira, for guiding them every step of the way. My thanks to the umpires today, led by veteran oarsman and former captain of boats, Mr. Lakmal Vikramade, and Mr. Peter Christie, Mr. Damshka Janity, Mr. Nasruddin Kulligama, Ms. Swarnamali Vijay Singh, and Ms. Diti Vijay Sekar for flawlessly conducting today's 12 races. And a big thank you to our Master of Ceremonies, Ms. Ashmita Gunaratna. My thanks also to the home team here, led by Mr. Pajuddin, Sukiri, and the kitchen staff, Winston and the bar team, my boat boys, Alidas, Prasad, and Sian. Finally, to my vice captain, Anuradha. Thank you very much. I know I would not be here without your help. And finally, as tradition calls for our chief guests and our visitors, I would like all of you to give 3 cheers. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.